Since we're talking, I think we will start the committee. So, Senator Gray, do you want to bring up your,
No. Order.
Senator Gray, would you like to bring up your point from last time?
No, it was a general comment.
Turn on
about-
your microphone, please. Thank you.
It was a general comment about how much detail we should go into when we're talking about modifying a fund. And since we're not the policy committee, I would like to see us maybe make a suggestion or two, but that the policy committee ought to be the one that says, yes, we want to do this, or no, we don't want to do that, that kind of thing. Just a general comment, keep us out of the weeds.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. The reason this was put in this way was after many years of experimentation, because the policy committees would not look at their dedicated funds. And they were putting in bills that said that they were going to do something that was already in a dedicated fund. And so I think that we have a responsibility to address to the policy committee that we think this might make this dedicated fund work, and in the case of we think this fund should go away because it doesn't seem to be doing anything, we could put it in the bill and have the policy committee show up.
Okay. Well,
Before you,
yes, Representative,
Just,
Senator Gray, yeah.
a rebuttal. When it's all in one bill, the bill isn't going to go to all of the policy committees that may need to go. Okay, so Representative Olney, if we took in some of these that we thought should go to the policy committee and actually wrote them as separate bills, coming out of this committee, then we could assure they went to the policy committee before they came back to a finance committee. Again, I think that there's ways we can do it. You and I have been on this committee, 8 or 10 years now, so.
I've been working on it for 20 years.
Amen. So I may be only half, but 8 or 10 years of experience, I think, gives me a little bit of right to say a few things.
Well, can I answer?
Go ahead.
I
This will be the
think
last one.
that is a good solution if we think there's a specific change that ought to be made, that we write the bill and then send it to them.
Yeah. So I think when we get to the bill stage, you can, Senator Gray or anyone else can certainly say, let's make this one a separate bill. And I don't see any problem with that. I'm in general in favor of one issue bills, more so than the Senate seems to be, but anyway. All right, let's start with, who's to first today? DRA. Is that right?
No, I think it was, it is DRA now.
Yeah,
I have
it's slightly out of
information
order
technology
in this
first
book, but
because it was before.
yeah. Anyways, the agenda and the spreadsheet are slightly out of order, but we'll start with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner, Department of Revenue Administration. With me is Shelley Gerlano, Business Administrator. Happy to be here today with you. DRA just has 2 dedicated funds. The first is the Municipal Officers and Employees Education and Training Fund. We use this fund, we collect money when we provide trainings to assessing officials, town officials.
Hold on a second,
Sure.
Commissioner. We always like to open our books to the right page, so
sure.
I will try to find that.
It's 284.
284. Thank you very much.
And the clerk needs to write all your names.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. Are we ready? Commissioner Stepp
Okay, ready.
and
Shelley, Shelley. Gerlano, oh gosh. GERLARNEAU. I was gonna do
okay,
And Shelley is the business administrator.
great. All right, thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Okay, so our first dedicated fund is the Municipal Officers and Employees Training Fund. This fund collects money from participants when a small nominal fee when we provide various training opportunities to assessing officials, town officials, municipal officials. That money is then used to provide refreshments for long classes, provide hard copy training materials, etc. We cannot keep more than $5,000 in that fund. So anything over $5,000 that we have collected and have not spent will lapse at the end of the year. So that's why you will see that in fiscal year 23, the beginning balance was $5,000. We collected just over $5,000, spent $3,660, but the ending balance again goes back to the $5,000. So it's just a fund that we use for materials when providing trainings. We provide a number of trainings over the course of the year, everything from assessment review mini courses to multiple state statutes courses to tax collectors workshops, etc.
Representative Janegian.
So the other uses, in this case, 1405, what is, so you have to always get back to 5,000. How does that get used up?
That will lapse back to the general fund, the excess over 5,000.
So
And that
it's-
1405 is the excess that went back to the
Went back
general
to general
fund.
fund, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So why don't the numbers in the book and on the page match?
I don't know, actually, because it looks like the book only goes to fiscal year 23, but the memorandum we provided also includes 24. So
Right. The new book for 24 will have your new numbers. And I think it's just a presentation difference. I think that the memo is not reflecting the lapse in the same way that the book is, but the book gets you back to the 5,000. So I think it's just a presentation.
Oh, I see.
So
Right, because, okay, in the book, the other column is the lapse.
correct.
I see, okay. And you suspended these kind of classes during the pandemic, is that what happened?
we held the classes online as much as possible, but obviously those classes don't have the printed materials, don't have the refreshments provided. So the costs in those years were lower, and you can see our revenue was lower in those years as well. We didn't charge as much as we normally would. But yes, that's the 21 and 22 are direct result of the pandemic.
Any other questions? Representative Almy.
Thank you. How long has that 5,000 lapse been in, and does it create a problem?
The 5,000 lapse has been in as long as I'm aware, and I don't think it creates a problem. That seems like the right amount.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, now page 285. This is the Revenue Information Management System Fund, also known as the RIMS debt service. So when the department received a $30,160,000 capital appropriation to fund our new revenue information technology system or management system, a portion of that was to be paid back. The debt on that, the principal and interest, was to be paid back with additional revenue that the system would provide. And the way that happens is per statute, the DRA, with DAS's help, transfers up to $4 million of revenue uplift every year into this dedicated fund, and then this fund is used to pay the debt service. We provide a memo every year to the Capital Project Overview Committee and the House and Senate Ways and Means Committees relative to our calculation of the revenue uplift. In all of the last 3 years, so fiscal year 22, fiscal year 23, and fiscal year 24, we did generate revenue uplift in excess of the $4 million, but we only transfer up to that cap of $4 million. We will make these transfers into this dedicated fund until the fund reaches, or until we have transferred $40 million. That was the estimated principal and interest that would need to be paid on the debt that was to be serviced by this revenue uplift. To date, in fiscal years 21 to 24, we have deposited just under 14.2 million. So we have just over 25.8 million to go. Assuming that we meet that $4 million cap every year, we will be doing this for 7 more years.
All right, let me ask, if we're in debt here and we have a balance in this fund, why don't we pay off the debt quicker than we would otherwise?
So the debt service is provided to us by Treasury. So those are the numbers that's provided to us. And I think that the timing of that and those amounts is based on the bonds that were issued to service, to originally fund the system. And so the amounts that we pay back are the principal and interest that are coming due on those bonds as we move through the length of the bond period.
So maybe they're not callable or whatever. Is that, yes. Okay, Representative Janegian.
Well, I was just wondering where the ending balance keeps going up. Is 4 million going in each year too much? Should it be 3 million? Is that going to continue? Is that ending balance going to just keep going up? If so, then does 4 million make sense?
That would, I think, be a question for Treasury as they have the full debt service schedule. We have asked them multiple times to provide us with the schedule, but they have not done so. So we only have what needs to be paid in the next biennium because that goes into our budget. But I do think the way the bonds were issued, they were not issued all at once. They were issued over a period of time as we, DRA, needed to pay the invoices for the capital project. So I suspect there will be a bit of like a bell curve where there will be years where the expenses are more than the 1.7 million that we've seen to date. The up to $4 million a year and a total of 40 million, those amounts were done in conjunction with Treasury based on what they anticipated the debt service schedule to be. So that would never leave us hopefully without enough money in the fund to pay the debt service, but shouldn't produce an excess for long periods of time because this money is coming right out of the general fund into this dedicated fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Walling.
Yeah, what I don't understand is this 40 million stays intact. That is, it isn't being taken away by Treasury to pay existing bond calls.
It will pay this service, the principal and interest on the bonds that were used to fund the RIMS project. I guess at the end, when the 40 million has been entered into the fund, we will stop putting money into it, but there'll be debt that will need to be paid beyond that point in time. We will be paying debt beyond the 7 years. We're estimating it'll take us 7 years to fully fund the 40 million. Treasury will continue, or we will continue to pay the debt beyond that point. And then once the debt is fully paid off, I imagine the excess in the dedicated fund at that point would go back to the general fund, or we would work with the legislature, Treasury, and DAS to essentially end this fund.
I'm gonna call the treasurer and ask for details on the characteristics of those bonds, and would it make sense to transfer this fund to the Treasury?
That's an interesting. So when this was originally set up, DRA had the dedicated fund to pay the debt in our budget, and Treasury, because they had the debt service schedule, they had the payment of the principal and interest in their budget. The treasurer asked last year during the last budget session to move the debt service to our budget. So we now have the dedicated fund, and then we also have the payment of the principal and interest. However, I don't have the full debt schedule, so I only have what Treasury has provided, which has been a biennium at a time. So they are both here at DRA,
Yeah.
but I still lack visibility into
Oh, so you
actual
write
payments.
checks to the bondholders?
Treasury does out of our account.
I see. So, all right, well, I'll call them and get more details, I think. Yeah. All right. Other questions from the committee? No. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Oh, yes, sorry, Senator Rosenwald.
Is this going to be like the MMIS system, which is going to cost us $20 million a year or whatever in forever?
I hope not. So I can give you some more context. So the RIM system was fully implemented over a course of 3 years. It was on time, on budget through the pandemic, which was a pretty remarkable feat, I think. Then through additional funding with ARPA money, we recently upgraded the system to the most recent version, and that will go live the first weekend in October. So we are fully up to date with the solution that's provided by our vendor, Fast Enterprises. We, through our operating budget, we will fund hardware and software maintenance and support going forward in the next budget. We will be moving to a cloud solution, so we will no longer, hopefully moving to a cloud solution, so we will no longer have hardware, and that will be fully operationalized in our budget. So there will be no more additional capital funding that we will need. And my goal is to evaluate going forward the various version upgrades that are provided by the vendor and make a decision at each version upgrade whether or not it is fortuitous for New Hampshire to upgrade. I will say it is a commercial off-the-shelf software. It is used in most other departments of revenue across the country. However, most of those departments have an income tax, a personal income tax, and a sales tax. So I don't imagine that we will do every version upgrade. There will be features that will be added that just won't be applicable to us. And so we will evaluate kind of moving forward what upgrades look like for us. But I can say as of the first weekend in October, we are on the most current version of the system. And so I don't anticipate large costs associated with this in the next few years.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. Can you remember approximately how many millions this system over the 4 million has provided to the general fund
Yes.
in the 3 years it's been surplus?
Sure. So in fiscal year 24, we generated 14.5 million in revenue uplift and only transferred the 4 million. So you have 10.5 million there. In fiscal year 23, we generated a total of 9 million, but only transferred the 4. So you have another 5 million there. So that's 15 million. And then in fiscal year 22, we were very close to the 4 million exactly. And then fiscal year 21, we didn't reach the 4 million. So over the course, we generated an additional 15 million that has not been transferred
So
roughly.
what do you mean by that? What is revenue uplift?
Great question. So revenue uplift occurs in a few different ways. And the approach that we've taken to identifying this is revenue that we believe would not have been able to have been recognized using our old, outdated system. So the first example is reminder to pay letters. So in our old system, we sent you a tax notice. If you did not respond to that tax notice, after 80 days, you went to collections and an individual collector would make a phone call, start mailing letters, etc. Because of automation in the new system, we send you a tax notice, and then in 30 days, we send you a reminder that you had received the tax notice. Any money that's paid between that reminder to pay letter and the 80 days when it would typically go to collections, we're counting that as revenue uplift because that's functionality that we didn't have before. It certainly saves our collectors time because this debt isn't being sent to them. So that generated a total of $5.4 million in fiscal 24. And then another area where we have revenue uplift is through the use of federal tax information from the IRS. The IRS has very stringent requirements around the security of the information, and our old system did not meet the security requirements necessary to really use the IRS information in the most efficient manner. So with the new system being fully secured, meeting all of the security requirements, we can better utilize that information. That generated $7 million last year. And the last is we now allow taxpayers through our online portal to do essentially automated payment plans. They can easily enter into a payment plan. If it meets certain requirements that we've put in place, it does not have to go for approval. And so that's an efficiency certainly, and that generated just under 2 million last year.
All right, thank you. So at the reason, I'm in danger of getting Senator Gray by getting too much detail here. So let's go on to Department of Information Technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right, so this is
Page 1.
page one. All right.
I don't know how we got that honor, but. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dennis Goulet. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology. And with me today is our Director of Finance, Rose Curry. We're here to talk about our telecom dedicated fund, and I'll go over the you can see in the letter, the table there, and the fund balances and things like that. I'm going to go over kind of in as much layman's terms as I can what the fund is what its purpose is, and what its financial status is now, and what we expect it to be over the years. Essentially, the telecom fund is covering really three major areas. One is the voice communications for the executive branch. The other is is networking, and that's two parts. So of the three parts, two of them are networking. One is what we call wide area network. That connects the 400 or so locations that we're servicing around the state. Anything from a DOT shed to a liquor store to a DHHS district office or any other district office from an agency. So this. And then the other network is the one that that sits inside the agency locations that our employees connect to. Essentially, this was designed so that we over-collect over time a little bit, just enough to keep the equipment dated and supportable. And what that means really is that because of many of the compliance requirements, we have to upgrade the equipment as soon as pretty close to when it's end of life or when it's end of support, because we will no longer get cybersecurity updates for said equipment. So it's really important that we keep that equipment up to date. And so we strive to have particularly the network equipment in our locations it's about a 6 to 7 year window that it has to be replaced. We have a rate card that is part of the budget planning process each biennium. During the 9+ years I've been here, the rate card has stayed almost the same during that time. So it's although you see other parts of my budget have gone up over time, we've kept the rate card pretty flat during that period. In fact, we expect it to go down in this biennial budget planning. So you look at the growth of the fund, and it looks like it's started to grow a lot, and that is true. And it turns out to be a performant and reliable network. It's a must-have. So additionally, we're in the transition today between the kind of old style telephony and the fully converged telephony. So what's old style telephony? You know, you got your phone on your desk, you have one wire that goes to that phone. The more modern telephony would be, in fact, I've got an example of it right now. I have two phone numbers on my state phone. One of them is my mobile number and the other is my desk number. I don't have a desk phone anymore. So we have some expenditures that we're accumulating in the millions to leverage that transition over time as well. And lastly, this ARPA money that transition the network in another few years, we're 3 years into that project now, in another few years we'll be in the maintenance of all of that equipment, and we'll start the process all over again. Our goal, so I feel like that although it looks like we may be over collecting here, I don't feel that's the case. I feel like we're being pretty responsible with this funding, because we're really striving to keep the long-term collections somewhat close as possible to the long-term requirements of the state in the areas that we're covering with this fund. And the other thing I really like about this model, it's a small part of my budget, but one of the things I really like about it is it transitions from what could be a really bumpy model. Like, imagine I'm coming to you every 6 years and asking for $34.5 million. I don't have to do that here. I keep a pretty flat rate card for the agencies, and then we don't have those big financial impacts every few years. So that concludes my formal testimony. Happy to answer any
Questions from the
questions.
committee? Thank you. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I'm just curious how you get two phone numbers on one phone. Because
Well, actually,
Verizon tells me I can't do that.
I misspoke. I actually have 3 phone numbers on this
Okay.
phone. But I actually have 2 phone numbers on my personal phone, because so there's a couple ways. One is you can get 2 phone numbers on the more newer phones, because they have the SIM, which is
The
remember that?
eSIM,
Yeah,
right?
the eSIM. So if you had a physical SIM and an eSIM, that's 2 numbers. On my personal phone, I have 2 numbers because I have the number that came from Verizon. I also have my old home number. So I don't have a phone at home anymore. My home number rings on my personal phone because I ported it over to an app. I'm being geeky here, but that's how I did. I ported it over to an app, and I have the app on the phone. And so if somebody calls my old personal home number, it rings on my personal cell phone.
Okay.
Well, we can take this offline.
I'm happy to help you with that.
All right. So does the committee have any questions about the dedicated fund? All right, I'll ask. So this fund covers not just equipment, which would make sense to me because effectively you're depreciating that equipment and you want to store money to replace it. But it also has salaries for a considerable number of people, right? Over 15 full time.
Correct.
So does that make sense, or should that simply be budgeted and not part of this fund?
Well, I haven't really thought about that. It's just been how it's been. And, I inherited the fund from Department of Safety, I think in 2016 or 17. And at the time they were funding the staff that supports the network and the telephony. So it really, if you look at it, it's a nice bundle. It says, here's what we're spending on that. So certainly we're not over collecting on salaries. We're just looking at that as not an accumulation thing. So the accumulating part of the fund really is for the equipment and stuff that is ephemeral, and then the salaries and benefits, I think, make sense in the sense that they are aligned with that mission.
Of the 4 to 5 million annual expenses, how much of that is salary and benefit?
15 people. Oh, that's a question I didn't prepare for. So we can get back to that with ASAP
Okay.
with that answer, but I don't have that on the top.
I
of
guess
my head.
I'm guessing it's less than half, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm guessing they're fairly high. For state, they're fairly highly compensated because they're network engineers and things like
Sure.
that. But I'd hate throw out a number now that isn't correct.
Right.
I-
So maybe you can get us that as a separate
Absolutely.
column or something. Yeah. Thank you. Other Representative Wallman.
Thank you. I think related to this, who decides on the spending in this dedicated fund? Is it just you and Executive Council? Or does do the finance committees have a say in this?
Good question. So we have a biennial appropriation, which is been around $8 or $9 million a year over the time I've been here. And then if we have extra expenditures beyond that appropriation, like a large expenditure, say to do the data center network ring that we're going to have to be doing soon, we would then take that to the Executive Council and they would either approve it or not. But I've never gone to Fiscal Committee for that. It's interesting because that's the only situation where I don't go to the Joint Fiscal Committee.
Other questions? No? All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yeah, if you could get us the salary equipment breakdown, that'd be great.
We'll have it to you today.
Okay. All right. So next we have the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, I think. And we have- Oops. A new commissioner? Welcome.
Thank you so much. So, good morning for the record. Deanna Juris, Executive Director of OPLC. If you will indulge me, I've been on the job about 10 days.
Can you slow down a bit?
And spell name.
And
Yes,
spell
okay.
names?
Deanna, DEANNA. Juris, JURIUS. All I was planning to say was, if you'll indulge me, I've been on the job about 10 days, and I'd like to defer my time to my Director of Operations, Heather Kelly, just to speak to the 2 dedicated funds, if that's okay with the committee.
Hold
And
on a moment.
they're on,
Yeah.
you're looking for page 69.
Page 69. Thank you.
Yes.
And I forgot to bring my book with me.
You forgot your book? Oh, okay.
I had to forget something. I
Okay.
spent 10 hours yesterday after I got back from Concord
Oh, my
working
God.
on this.
Wow.
That's what I mean by slave driver.
I see. I didn't realize. Okay. Page 69, and I'll share my book.
Well, I do have somewhere here, if I can figure out where I left it, the page for OPLC.
Yeah.
This is the wrong page.
Here it is. This one.
Yeah. It's
More or
actually
less
more up to date. than
Yes,
that.
right. All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Kelly.
Good morning. Heather Kelly, Director of Operations for OPLC. OPLC has 2 dedicated non-lapsing funds. The first one is for the agency. Revenue is collected by the boards it oversees, and then the funds are used to pay down the salaries and expenditures for the boards. The dedicated non-lapsing fund was reestablished in 2023. So the lapsing funds that you see underneath other sources were the funds that used to lapse to the general fund. OPLC is able to collect up to $5 million in that dedicated fund. Once it reaches $5 million, the agency is then required to readjust fees. The agency is statutorily not allowed to collect more than 125%. The agency's goal is to have all boards collect 100% of their expenditures so that no boards are subsidizing other boards. Yep.
Representative Bowman.
Slow down a bit. because
Sorry.
I don't think any of this is in here.
Okay.
Can't collect more than,
Statutorily, we're not allowed to collect more than 125%.
Right. Yeah, it used to be
oh, right, per,
all the extra would lapse to the general fund, but because we sort of broke them off into a separate fund, then their goal is now to be 100%, right? And not overcharge professionals. So,
That is
yeah,
correct.
go ahead.
Yes. The The second fund is our
Let's wait. Let's see if we have questions on this one. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. So are all of your boards now just collecting 100% of their expenses and fees?
Currently, we have boards that are collecting less than 100%, and then we do have boards that are grossly collecting more than the 100% and subsidizing the other boards. We are currently in the process of evaluating those figures, and we will be adjusting fees accordingly.
Yes, follow.
Could you give us an idea of how many are under collecting and how many are over collecting?
I would say about half of it's about split. So the larger boards are collecting more revenue and subsidizing. So the larger boards would be medicine, pharmacy, and then some of the smaller boards are collecting less than 100%. But we have those figures previously for analysis that we did a few years ago, and we can certainly get that analysis over to you. But we do have those figures from 2022.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Weiler.
Is the reason for the smaller boards under collecting is because there's so few getting those licenses? I remember you had at sometimes as few as 40 people with a license.
Correct. The agency does a cost allocation based on number of licensees. So that can sometimes drive up or drive down. Some would overpay based on the number. And so it depends on the number of licensees. That's how we evaluate that figure, yes.
Because some of those smaller boards, it would be a ridiculous cost, thousands of dollars a year for a license.
Correct. And we look at that and evaluate it and then adjust the fee appropriately so they aren't paying thousands of dollars.
And I think the reason that we put all of them in your board or your commission was because you could balance those things, or you had the smaller ones that otherwise we would have to charge ridiculous prices for a license. So I'm not upset by that because I think that was designed. Thank you.
Other question, Representative Wallman.
Yeah, I remember quite some time ago, actually, we redid all of the small medical boards in Ways and Means before it was taken away from us and given somewhere else. I think it was assistants to optometrists that had their own group, and they were being paid obviously a lot less than anybody else. Does that go into the calculation too? And the midwives may have been a problem too.
So we take in a number of factors. We take in licensee counts. Additionally, we have taken into enforcement counts, number of complaints that are brought in, and so that we can properly allocate that cost across all boards, as some boards do not generate as many enforcement complaints as others. So we have expanded the analysis appropriately.
Yeah, and you dumped out the board for manufactured housing entirely, I believe.
We still have the Board of Manufactured
You
Housing.
do?
Yes.
Oh, good. Are you maintaining the spreadsheet, what do you call it? The website? Because that was extremely important to not having that problem resurface again.
I think I may be able to clarify. So there
Okay.
were two separate functions. There's the board for the installers of manufactured housing. That board still exists at the OPLC because it is a licensing function for the installers.
Oh, okay.
Additionally, there was a complaint board
Yes.
that was housed at the OPLC. That board was removed, but I believe, and Heather can correct me, the function remains still with the office. Although, yes, that's how I will leave it. So
Yeah.
there is still a process and the collection of complaints to the office, but there's no board that does those. Similarly, that I don't have a special board for complaints for any other licensing board. It comes to the office through the enforcement process. But that is a newer change so that that actual functionality on the ground is still being developed within the office.
So
Is that what you were referring to, the complaint
yeah,
board?
if I could get clarity, there was a website which put up the results of resolution of complaints. And that website allowed people in manufactured housing to go and the owners of it to go to the website and find out for that particular circumstance. They had worked themselves out of a job because they had answered just about every question you could have about communal living. and but they could go to that and see what the board had decided was the best way to handle this, and then gone to the opposite party and said, look,
Oh,
and they would fix it themselves.
yeah, I think we
And
could
if
definitely.
that no longer exists, then we will probably have a problem in 20 years unless all the manufactured housing boards outside of the community loan fund disappear.
I believe that one of the bills vetoed by the governor had to do with the Board of Manufactured Housing.
Oh, really?
And so I think that'll come up on veto day.
So that
I'm gonna
that
have to go back.
that bill that was vetoed was specifically there. It was to create several advisory boards that are currently licensing boards. So that would be the installers. So the veto was the bill had proposed to make the installers licensing board an advisory board within the office. That had passed the legislature and has been vetoed by the governor. So I guess in a few weeks you will take that up. That is still again separate from the complaint that you're
Yeah.
speaking of. And we definitely can look into what I'm sure those decisions could be integrated into our website where we have other enforcement actions or other decisions that were made. I can't confidently say they solved all the problems. I think there were a number of challenges as for why they were not meeting, why complaints were not getting to them. But yes, we're working on establishing the new process. And I think your point is well taken about having those decisions live somewhere on our website. Yep.
Thank you.
Other questions about this dedicated fund? No. Okay, let's go on.
Oh,
Oh.
oh, no, you already answered that at the beginning. What sources their lapses to the general fund.
Go ahead.
The second dedicated fund.
I'm sorry, could I just turn
All right,
the page?
Representative Olney.
And
Yeah.
I put the things on here. Just to let you know, the SB 409 was actually HB 409. If anyone wants to look for it. And I guess that was the main thing I had.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The second dedicated fund is for our professional health program for right now for our medical boards. This fund is used for the health boards for anyone that is impaired or has substance abuse issues. They can self-report to us, and then or through the enforcement process will be referred to this program. The account has been showing in the negative. The agency prior to me was collecting a fee that didn't cover the cost. We've since raised it twice. This final adjustment should now be covering the fund moving forward. This is contracted with the New Hampshire Professionals Health Program at a cost of $806,856 a year.
So why is this a separate fund and not part of your main fund?
This is used exclusively just for that contract. There is an RSA 310 that requires us to have this dedicated fund for this specific purpose.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. The topics of health conditions covered by this fund have expanded over the time I've been in the legislature. It used to be alcohol and drug use, and now includes cognitive decline. So it's expanded a bit, but what I've heard is that lower paid health professionals, and I'm specifically thinking of like LNAs, really can't afford the out-of-pocket costs of treatment. And my understanding is that this program really is monitoring. It doesn't provide treatment for any of these issues. So I guess my question is, has your agency considered variable fees so that, not everybody is paying $28 fee for a license, which hits someone making $11 an hour harder than some orthopedic surgeon making $800,000 a year. I just wonder if we could do maybe a better job with this incredibly important program, because we don't want to lose these licensed professionals. We want them to get recovery, kids stay with it. And I just wonder where your agency is on fitting the fees to the ability.
Yes, we have proposed variable fees to all the boards, indicating professionals at the higher levels, APRNs, RNs, doctors, even in the electricians groups, when they're master electricians, to pay more than the apprentices or the LNAs. So we have proposed that to the boards, and we will be looking into that. Additionally, we are looking for grant money to offset the LNA cost as well. You're welcome.
So is this fee up to you, or is there a board that decides it?
This fee is up to the agency based on the contracted price so that we can cover the price.
So you could exceed to Senator Rosenwald's request right away if you wanted to, yeah?
It would have to go through the rulemaking process, but yes, we could adjust the fee.
All right. And so you plan to do so? Is that
Yes,
what I'm
we are
hearing,
considering adjusting fees.
Commissioner?
I guess my question was, did you mean the fee specifically that is for this fund or licensing
for
fees in
this fund.
general?
This
Is-
fund.
Okay, so a different question than licensing fees. Yeah.
I understand it's $28 added to the licensing fee, but it falls differently upon different kinds of licensees.
Okay.
Is this $28 a year? Is that what we're talking about? Or
$28 every 2 years.
every 2 years? Okay. Representative Almy.
Yeah, and so the $28 is something everybody pays?
Everyone pays for any board that is enrolled in the program. Yes.
So there are other fees for their license in general.
Correct.
Right.
LNAs currently pay $63. That is the $28 per PHP fee, along with their licensing fee.
I see. Okay, so I think Senator Rosenwald has a good point here. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Yeah, Senator Gray?
That was the one I had.
Yes, I have one myself. So yeah, go ahead, Senator Gray.
Back on page 68. Back on page 68, we have another fund. There's a note down there that says we're going to make modifications to it. I've lost track of it, so I don't know why we're not talking about it here. So back to you guys.
That's the real estate appraisers board fund that you can speak to the repeal.
That was repealed
Was
in
repealed?
2023.
And
Get
also
both, then
on that
was.
note down there, it says that you're going to request a new fund for investigation or something. Where are we on that? Last paragraph before the signature part.
Right. Book reflects the submission that was made last year. I don't know. This wasn't submitted. So we did not create a dedicated fund for enforcement.
It may have predated you. I don't know,
predated
Heather.
me,
It might have
yes.
been her
I'd-
predecessor, but we
If you're
can,
going to do it, I'd like to
Yeah.
know before we write our report, so.
I don't think you have any plans to request any new dedicated funds.
That is correct.
That we know of,
Okay,
so.
then we won't worry about it unless you get back to us.
I wonder if that was a request before the entire office had a dedicated fund? If
Well,
that,
The reason I ask is that the transfer of the stuff from the Assessing Standards Board to you guys apparently has not gone as smoothly as I would have hoped. Okay, and in fact, I don't even know if the new board associated with you guys is up and running and fully staffed and all that yet. And so just, I'm sensitive when I see things that deal with real estate and the division between DRA and you guys.
yeah, so Heather can speak to the fees. Specifically, I can say actually that the certification of assessors board is meeting tomorrow morning. So it is up and running. It is staffed. Commissioner Stepp and I will both be there. Myself to
Alright.
introduce myself. So that is operating. And I think there were a few bills over a few years back and forth of moving all of that over, leaving just the certification. So the licensure piece with the office, but leaving other parts of it with DRA. So that was a policy decision. So we just have the certification piece, but that is operational. So, and then the fee piece Heather can speak to.
So the fee, as we generate, we take in the federal portion of the fee. So instead of having a dedicated fund, the agency has an account where we deposit those funds into so that we can properly track those, as those are not our funds, as we are invoiced by the federal government to pay out those funds. So we do have those designated separately so that we can distinguish and pay appropriately and make sure we're generating the correct amount.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was on Tuesday, we met with the Department of Education. I'm sorry, on Monday. Yeah, on Monday, we met with the Department of Education. For some reason, I think today is Thursday. That's my problem. All right. And they have a fund, dedicated fund for the Board of Licensure of Interpreters for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And so we discussed that this board and this fund might be better handled by OPLC because it has annual revenues of $30,000 plus and annual expenses of about $7,000. Okay, so they are not at all balanced, and it now has it's got a growing balance in this fund, now up to $228,000. So, you know, it occurred to me that maybe you could handle this in a better way.
I can speak very briefly to that, not from my tenure in the office, but from my time in other various roles in the legislative and executive branches. There was some discussion about that. So there are a few still existing certification or licensure functions that are not with the office that are still with other various agencies. That being one of them. Obviously, teachers in general is another one that's with the Department of Education. And I believe there's security agents that are still at the Department of Safety, I think, because there's firearm safety and certification that policy decision has been to leave it there. So there was some discussion about the interpreters board specifically. Should that slide over, that it's just a licensure function, and the enforcement, should that slide over to the office? During a conversation with stakeholders, and I'm happy to talk more offline if you'd like, there was not an appetite for that. And so it was not moved forward. But there was some initial discussion about that. And it was met with significant resistance. But if the legislature
they're
wanted to make that policy decision,
Yeah.
that would
I mean, they're
certainly
the
be your
ones
prerogative.
being overcharged by a factor of 3 or so, so,
And I
or
imagine
4 maybe.
the cost would be very different within the OPLC structure than education. So I'm not sure the 7,000 would hold, but also we wouldn't be able to charge them more than 125% when it fell on our calculation. And
Yeah.
we don't have enough data, I think, to really estimate what that cost would be. But if the legislature decided to move it, we would take it.
Yeah, I didn't get any objection from the Commissioner of Education.
No, that would not be the stakeholder I was referring to.
I
No.
see.
Yes.
All right, well, yeah, if you could send me an email or something.
Happy
and
to.
We'll talk about this.
Yep.
Separately. Other questions? No? All right, thank you very much. So last, what do we have here this morning? We have Department of Energy. Oh, there's one that's off book, it says. Let's see what page that is. Okay, all right, hold on a moment, Commissioner. Say it again?
All right, 234?
234?
It's
Yep. Page 234 is Fund 71.
I don't really understand why it's off book. This
Yeah.
is a very large amount, I think, that comes in and goes out.
It sure looks like, but yeah, we'll find out. All right, let me get his. Okay. Here we go. All right. Are we ready? Let's click ready.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jared Chacoin, spelled Jared. J.
Oh, good. Jared.
Last name Chacoin, Chicoine. And I'm the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Joshua Elliott. Elliott is spelled with 2 L's and 2 T's. I serve as the Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the department.
Okay. All right, so let's start with this fund number 71.
Sure. So we have the Electric Assistance Program, which is funded by the Systems Benefits Charge, which is found in statute. It's a result of restructuring many years ago. The Electric Assistance Fund provides a bill discount for low-income households on their electric bill. The total cost of the Systems Benefits Charge, I believe, is about 1.5 mils per kilowatt hour of electricity used, so that every utility customer pays this charge. And the program, just to let you know, that it does align with LIHEAP, so households making up to 60% of state median income can apply for this program. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the details.
Yes, well, just why don't you start with why is it lately the expense has been so much higher than the revenues?
I'll have Josh speak to that.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. So a function of the electric assistance program and how it is structured, it is very sensitive to electric prices, so the actual individual per kilowatt hour price of electricity. So as you see electricity prices increase, as well as enrollment. So we know with the last couple of years, with the increase in electricity prices, there were more people who were interested in the program. So we had more applicants coming in the door. So that both drives that drives the expenditure side. The fund itself is a self-balancing fund, so the utilities will deposit whatever they collect into the fund and then withdraw whatever they need to be able to meet the benefits for the program participants in their respective utility service territories. So it self-balances. So some months it may make a deposit to the fund, some months it may be a negative or maybe a withdrawal from the fund, and it sort of balances out as on a monthly basis. So as we see electricity prices increase, we'll see the revenues, we'll see the expenditures increase. As we've seen prices come down, we've seen the expenditures decrease.
And roughly 30,000 households were enrolled in this previous or this current program year.
And Representative Janegian.
Thank you for taking our questions. So from 22 to 23, am I to assume by the expenses that there was a fairly large increase in rates, and then from 23 to 24, electric rates dropped?
Yes, that's correct. So the war in Ukraine spiked the price of natural gas. You know, more than half of the electricity generated in the region is generated by natural gas. So obviously, you may remember that the prices of default service did really spike. I believe Eversource in that time period was around 22 cents per kilowatt hour. So basically, it doubled, and now prices have come down as the prices of natural gas have come down.
Okay,
So that's why you see that change.
thank you.
Representative Maloney.
I think I missed a number. Did you say there were only 30 households in this?
30,000 households.
30,000. Thank you. And 60% of income means what? Of median income in New Hampshire, or?
Yes, state median income.
So in the,
And-
sorry, you're not done? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and there are, the other two programs each seem to have a low and moderate part to them. How do they collaborate?
I'm sorry, to which other two programs are you referring to? Are you referring to fuel assistance and the weatherization assistance programs?
Not the site committee. Oh, I've got these unattached to each other. The Energy
Oh.
Efficiency Fund and the Renewable Energy Fund each have some piece that they're putting into low and moderate income. Does it just flow to the SBC one, or?
No, so there's a couple of different programs that are designed around that same low moderate income definition. The Renewable Energy Fund uses 80% of area median income, which is a slightly different metric that's usually used at the federal level. It's also the threshold to qualify for subsidized housing. So, for example, if you live in a public housing authority or something or similar properties. On the Energy Efficiency Fund, that is also aligned with 60% of state median income. Those programs are managed by the utilities through the New Hampshire Saves program. And they will also work collaboratively with the community action agencies who also do the intake work for this program as well. So there is overlap and efficiencies in terms of folks coming in the door and being able to be eligible for programs with one application rather than having to go through the same process multiple times, and then that administrative cost that goes along with that as well.
Is it also related to heating energy?
Yes, indirectly. So the electric assistance program for this particular dedicated fund, there's the community action agencies share one common application across the entire state for all three programs. So if somebody coming in the door is looking for assistance, they may think, oh, I need help on my electric bill. There's one place they can just sort of check off the box, and they can be apply with one form for all three programs.
So people could get assistance from all three of them.
Yes.
And could I just ask, area income? That's a sore spot in Lebanon, New Hampshire, and Grafton County. Is the area the county? Is the area, which means that Lebanon doesn't qualify for anything? Because
That is an excellent question, Representative, because this is something we've been working through with some of the other programs in the agency. So area median income, they default to the U.S. Housing and Urban Development, so HUD numbers.
Yeah.
How those maps are drawn, I see you've run into a similar problem in the Upper Valley. It doesn't necessarily make sense if you're here on the ground, but there's some of them are done. There's entire counties that are in the same one, and there's some where there are communities that are areas together that are in a different one. You go over the town line and you have a different set of numbers to use.
so it's the HUD definition.
Yes. So yes. So
Which
we do
we've
not have any
spent a lot of
authority to.
time trying to get them to fix.
Yes, that is something. Unfortunately, we do not have any authority over.
Neighboring towns can be in two different
Yeah.
collections.
So I'm concerned with this fund that between 2020 and 2022, it looked relatively under control, right? And then 23 and 24, it was really drained, and we had to add 1.9 million of general funds. So there's something wrong with either how we're allocating money to go in or paying too much to go out, such that there's a problem where we have to use general funds, which we don't want to do, I don't think.
If I could add to that,
Okay, go
in
ahead.
2024, this was part of a $9 million extra appropriation from your committee.
Again, there was
My
this.
my point is, in 2024 or whatever, we felt like we had a lot of money, right? But for 2025, I don't think so. So anyway.
Well, again, there's the spike in prices in 22 and 23. And the legislature, you may recall, in September of 2022, I can't remember if it's a special session or it was a veto day, passed legislation to provide this additional funding because of the increase in electric costs. So
I guess my question is, are you predicting that 2025, 2026, things will have calmed down and it will look like those earlier years, and so we don't have to change anything, that it's sort of automatically going to work? Or are we going to worry that this might go negative and we'll need general funds?
It's always hard to say, given that the month-to-month variations, and there's a number of factors that are outside the control of the department that might see either uptake in the program or just the cost of default service. However, we have seen a positive trend in the last 6 months. Now, granted, something else could happen, global events, etc., that could change, could have an impact on electricity prices to the natural gas markets. All else being equal, I think we're in a good spot. We may need, I can't tell you right here, sitting right now, that we will never need additional funds. The other option is to create a wait list for the program, which, as the commissioner mentioned, that legislation was intended to avoid having to create a wait list for this program.
But you have the authority to do so if the program ran out of money?
I believe, would that be yes, or that's?
does control the design of the program and how the benefits are distributed. The legislature controls obviously the amount of money that's collected through the SBC. In the past, there have been wait lists when we've had, I want to say 2005, when we had really high gas prices then. But there also have been instances where the legislature has shifted money from the EE portion of the SBC to the low-income assistance portion, which was an emergency legislation one year. So there are ways to avoid doing a wait list if possible, but also using a wait list has been done in the past.
Representative Weiler.
I think this might be fracking dependent. If somebody shuts down fracking, it's going to raise the price of gas way up, or they start making trouble about fracking. I think it's very dependent on that, I would think.
Representative Wellman.
Yes, what I'm wondering about is there was also $7,100,000 given for outside this program by the legislature to rescue your budget. And did that? What was that about, and is that going to reoccur?
So that was our concern about the spike in prices in 2022, and making sure that we could provide assistance to households in need.
Representative Janigian.
Just a quick question. What were the three programs? One's electric, one's heating, and what was the third one?
Oh, sorry. The Weatherization Assistance Program. So those are three programs. The latter two are federally funded, 100% federal funds.
Oh, okay. So state is electric only.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next dedicated fund.
Okay. So the Renewable Energy Fund, the purpose of this fund is to support a range of renewable energy initiatives, including incentive programs for both the residential and non-residential sectors. And it is funded by alternative compliance payments through the Renewable Portfolio Standard. And I can just give you some background on the RPS. Our Renewable Portfolio Standard is a mandate. It's actually really 5 mandates. That requires electric suppliers like our utilities, community power aggregators, and competitive suppliers to purchase a percentage of their power from certain classes of renewable energy. They do so by purchasing renewable energy certificates, also known as RECs, from the generators of that renewable energy. In order to put guardrails on the costs, electric suppliers are enabled to make alternative compliance payments at a set price if that would be less expensive than buying RECs. If they make alternative compliance payments, those payments go into the Renewable Energy Fund, which is administered by the Department of Energy. The fund is used for programs that provide incentives for new renewable energy projects and to fund renewable energy initiatives, as I stated. Happy to take any questions.
All right, I'll start. So this is a fund that's also growing somewhat out of control, right? Your expenses are much lower than the revenue, at least for the last 2 years. So something weird happened in 2023.
Well, you'll see our commitments have increased, and we're about to issue a new budget for the next program year. But there's been a number of factors involved here. So the legislature has made some reforms to this program in this last legislative session, which the governor signed into law. And I can have Josh discuss some of those. So there's that. The program's had changes made to it, which we think are good and will have a positive impact. Also, we had COVID and the new federal programs, and of course, we're tasked with administering many of those as well, related to energy and assistance programs. So there's been those factors. But we, as you can see, our commitments have increased, and we'll continue to do that. And I'll let Josh talk a little bit about where we're headed.
Sure. So as part of Senate Bill 303, which passed both houses and was signed by the governor earlier this summer, made a number of reforms to what programs are considered part of the Renewable Energy Fund. As you can imagine, the renewable energy sector is pretty dynamic. There are programs that may have worked 5-10 years ago that are completely irrelevant at this point and no longer, no longer useful in the market. So we had a couple of changes made, notably the inclusion of a specific mandate for the agency to set up a program specifically for municipality school districts, other sort of political subdivisions. So there's a specific carve out for them. Anecdotally, I can say we have, with some federal funds, we set up a municipal solar program. So for municipalities that are looking to install solar arrays on town-owned facilities, with $1.4 million available. We got 30 applications. So this is an area where we've seen certainly strong demand for the towns. It's a couple of other benefits, and not only just reducing the energy costs, specifically electric costs for the municipalities, reduce the costs, putting downward pressure on property taxes. So sort of a win-win scenario there.
All right, Representative Almy.
Thank you. You've got a whole bunch of things in here. I don't think that one is in the list, but on class 2 monies are what?
Thank you for the question. So as the commissioner referenced, there are 5 different mandates within the renewable portfolio standard. A certain percentage of the electricity that is sold needs to have a certain percentage of a particular renewable technology type. So it's not just renewables in general, there are specific different classes within. So class 2 is solar. So there are renewable energy certificates generated from the installation of solar arrays. So the requirement, as you see, it's probably number, depending on which form of the book in front of me has it as number 3. The most recent report that we filed earlier this summer has it as number 2, but where it's the discussion of the class 2 monies need to be allocated. Class 2 refers to solar, so it's the direction is any of the alternative compliance payments that come in for solar at minimum should be spent on solar. And I can say that we exceed that minimum requirement.
So that it doesn't give the percentage in this list, but it gives other percentages. So.
Yeah, so it requires that the statute, if you look all the full-blown version of RSA 362F:10, mandates that we spend that any class 2 monies received or alternative compliance payments received from class 2 specifically need to be spent on solar technologies.
So it's open-ended.
Yes, so there's a floor, there's not necessarily a ceiling other than the other constructs of the statute.
Yeah, this is, and then it funds non-residential energy projects, but that's kind of open-ended too. And
yeah, so we issue a request for a proposal every year for a competitive grant process for those. So we've seen everything from district heating systems using biomass to the renovation and retrofit of small-scale hydroelectric dams in the state, and sort of everything in between.
yeah, it's a little difficult to figure out how much is going where from this list, and what where is sometimes.
We could share with the committee our budgets
Yeah.
that we publish for the programs. We could provide you with the previous year, and of course, when we issue the next, we could provide that to the committee.
Are you suggesting that perhaps there should be separate dedicated funds for each of the uses?
Well, obviously, this is based partly on the Reggie mandates. And if the mandate is that you spend so much and you can spend more, then that's going to be kind of difficult. But yeah, if you have a budget that presented for each of those, that for where it is right now, that would give you an idea.
So let me ask this. Practically, is there an upper limit on the amount of power that can come from renewable energy? Because renewable energy is not very controllable in the sense that, you know, when it's sunny, you'll get a lot of it, and when it's not, you'll not, and so on. So does it make the whole system, at some point, does it make the whole system unreliable if you had too much of it? And are we nearing that point? Well, it's not practical, but anyway.
Well, and I'll have Josh help me out on this one as well. But the, we have a regional grid operator, ISO New England, and they are tasked with administering the wholesale electric market and operating the transmission system, and also making sure that we have a reliable system in New England. So I'm not sure we would be, or this program would lead to any risk for reliability for the region, just because there are other controls in place that I think would prevent that. And Josh, I don't know if I missed anything, but that's.
And there are a variety of market mechanisms the ISO New England has in order to incent newer development. And there's we have folks who specifically their jobs are to follow those market developments and make sure New Hampshire's interests are represented during those discussions, who can speak far more eloquently than I can about it. But there's a series of mechanisms sort of in place to ensure that the lights stay on, no matter what the weather is outside.
And the ISO does considerable planning for resources entering the market.
All right. The reason I'm asking is this is pushing people in New Hampshire to install solar and other similar things, right? And so at some point, presumably, you could have more solar than there's demand, right? And so you'd want to dial this back, right? So, but maybe we're not even close to that, right? Maybe we're just a fraction of the.
I don't believe this program alone could lead to that.
I would agree with that. Just based on there's no mandates in this. This is if somebody wants to have these whatever variety of systems installed in their homes. It's entirely up to the individual homeowner or the business if they want to avail themselves of these programs.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really relevant. But anyways, go ahead, Representative Walmy.
Yeah, there are two things. One, there are places that in our system, because the electric lines, for some reason, the utilities cannot create a sufficiency so that people on those electric lines would be able to install solar. That's one break on it. And then there's something that has been coming up lately that I think started in Seacoast with UNH and came to Lebanon this last year, which uses the energy generated from the methane dissolving in landfills, which is also a quite reliable source. But the technologies are, as you know, are evolving rapidly on the renewable energy side. And is there any latitude within the RGGI mandates that allows for that extension of different methodologies to create security through improved battery use and on methane use and such.
Josh could probably speak to the statute better than I, but the legislature can make changes to the RPS. And if there are changes that you'd like to make to these various classes, that is something that you could propose.
Tell me about the commitments column here. So it says expenses, 2024, expenses 2.8 million, commitments 5.4. What does that mean?
Sorry, that's a financial thing.
Okay.
That's an encumbrance in our financial system.
So did they really in 2024 spend, what would it be, 8.2 million?
I think that's for next year.
Speak to that for the record. I'm Lenny Rautio, Rautio. I'm the Chief of Operations for Department of Energy. So commitments are all the grants and contracts that we have encumbered in the system. So those are not spent out yet, but they're committed to be spent for those that were awarded the competitively bid grants. And really the only expenses that went out of that account is the 2.8 million. And the 5.3 million will be spent at some time, just depending on when the grantees have done what they were supposed to do in order to receive the payment.
Okay, but in 2023, you made 3 million in commitments, but in 2024, you spent less than 3 million.
So the commitments aren't necessarily created in that fiscal year. It could be commitments, say, you're given a grant for 5 years. It could have been a commitment that rolled over from a previous year. So we'd have to actually look at each individual commitment to see what that entails, if it's from past years or if it's from the current year. But you're correct. So we enter into grants, and then depending on how fast or what the requirements of the grants is, depends on how quickly we pay them out, because they have to do certain things before they can receive payment. So it could lapse over to different years, just like ones that we enter into this year. We may pay out a portion of them. We may not pay out till the next year. And so if we made no payments towards these commitments, that 5.3 would roll over into FY fiscal year 25, which that's basically what that means is at the end of the year, what are your grants and what are the commitments for all the grants and stuff you have? And that's the 5.3.
So if there was no more revenue from now on and there were no more new grants from now on, the ending balance in this fund when the smoke clears years from now would be $15 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Should I?
All right, Senator Gray.
If you look at this differently on these charts, okay, the commitments from 1 year, okay, like if it's a commitment listed in 23, okay, you actually pay it in 24. So if you were trying to figure out what your expenses for 24 is, you got to subtract the 23 commitments and add the commitments at the end of 24 to know exactly what you did. And that's why this thing gets so confusing, and that's why we've done what we've done,
Right.
so that you know what the balances are.
Correct. There were some agencies in these reports that were doing exactly what Senator Gray said. So they were changing their expense number, and other agencies were not. So we stipulated everybody's got to do it the same way. It's not double counted. It's just off to the right so you can see and have a sense of what's coming up. But it is not specific to a fiscal year. So they may have multi-year grants. A lot of agencies will spend it the next year, and then they'll do a new one and they'll spend that the next year. So some of them are short term, so you have a better sense. These guys have a lot of multi-year.
Or we do one and spend it in 60 to 90 days.
Right.
It just really depends on the requirements of the grant.
And I can give you an example. During COVID, supply chains were disrupted. So projects that we had awarded funding to, either just prior to the pandemic or during 2020 and 2021, number of those contracts we've had to amend and extend several times. So those projects, because they hadn't met milestones, but it wasn't their fault. It was just supply chain issues, materials, labor, things like that. So those projects will be paid for in full upon completion, but that's going to take some time.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. When you make these commitments, have they already got the permits? Or is that part of the problem? And do some of those just fall out because they can't get the permits?
There's usually permitting is one of the steps for solar in particular. There's usually an interconnection question for existing hydroelectric dams that are being refitted. The interconnection point or the place they plug into the grid, for a lack of a better way of putting it, is usually already there. But there's a variety of other things that we have as sort of goal milestones that they need to meet in order to get payments out. And usually permitting is usually one of the ones that's up front, so we know up front, okay, is this project going to happen? Because you don't want to have them give them a bunch of money, then the permitting falls through, and then the state's out of money. So the permitting is loaded up front. One of the first things that they're required to do.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I missed the beginning of this, so if it's already been asked, just tell me to shut up. I'm looking at this large ending balance. I mean, the balances have been growing in the Renewable Energy Fund. Why are we not spending more money out of that fund? Are we turning people away? Or are we cutting programs off? Or are we just not advertising them correctly so that more of this money gets spent for the purpose we've dedicated it to?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator. And the last thing I would ever tell you would be to shut up.
Well,
at any rate, no, that's a good question, right? Because that number does jump out on the balance sheet, and we've sort of been discussing this as this conversation has been continuing. But to answer it sort of directly head on, it's a variety of factors. So if you look at the revenue sides, you can see that the revenues have sort of ranged for this fund down as low as 2.2 in the last couple of years, all the way to 8.5 last year. So there's a variety of circumstances that go into that are outside the state control for how the revenues come in. The revenues are derived from alternative compliance payments, which are payments made by the electric distribution utilities, community power associations, and competitive suppliers. Anyone who sells electricity is required under the state law to have a certain portion of their electricity generated from certain types of renewable resources. If for whatever reason they cannot acquire enough renewable energy certificates to cover whatever they've sold, they make what is called an alternative compliance payment. Those payments are then deposited into the fund. The renewable energy certificate market is a regional market. So there could be a policy change that is made in Massachusetts, that's made in Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, or Vermont, that then impacts what happens here in New Hampshire. And if the price is for a comparable renewable energy certificate is higher in Massachusetts, or if it's lower in Maine, the market will decide where the best places, the utilities will decide strategically where to put any of the renewable energy certificates that they've purchased in order to minimize their own costs, which are then passed on to the ratepayers. So there's a variety, and we don't necessarily know until the payments come in what that number is going to be. So part of your question about the programs, that's sort of part of the reason that we just don't spend every dollar that we get every year, because we don't want to be opening and closing programs constantly. We don't want to, throttle up the money and have, say, $10 million out on the street for a variety of programs, and then have to immediately ratchet that back down to $1 million the next year. So having that a bit of stability and being within the program, so either the individuals or the organizations or the businesses, usually these programs, when they're coming in to apply for money, are not just they're usually applications that take and planning that takes a couple of years to get to fruition before they're ready to go. So having a constant and steady level of funding is very important, because you don't want to have that sort of that whipsaw effect going back and forth. That being said, with 2 years of decent revenues here, we will have a budget memo, as mentioned earlier, to the committee. That'll be coming either out later this week or early next week, where you'll see an increase in the amount of funding. Coupled on with that, Senate Bill 303, which passed the legislature this year and was signed into law, made a couple of reforms to renewable energy fund programs. As you can imagine, the renewable energy sector is a particularly dynamic one. So a program that would have worked 5 years ago or 10 years ago is not necessarily as relevant as it is today. So we had there were limitations on where we were sending money, and it was sort of we did some stakeholder input about a couple of programs that were generally not functioning the way they should, and they're not actually doing what they're supposed to be designed to do. We were able to make those reforms, again, with the help of your colleagues, to make those reforms, including adding a specific municipal program out of the Renewable Energy Fund. We've heard from a lot of municipalities. Actually, a perfect example is the municipal solar program that we currently have funded with federal dollars. We had 1.4 million available. We got 30 applications from municipalities looking to install solar. So we've seen there's sort of this strong demand for local political subdivisions, whether it's cities, towns, school districts, et cetera, looking to do sort of these more renewable energy projects, but there's not necessarily the funding that goes along with it. Then there's sort of the bonus impact of not only do these communities get to do what they'd like to do in reducing their own electricity costs, it also reduces upward pressure on property taxes as well. So there's sort of there's a win-win there. So I apologize, that was a very long-winded answer, but.
So when you say 30 applications, that doesn't mean anything to me. How much dollar amount are they asking for versus how much you gave them?
I cannot say at this point because we're still in the contract negotiation or the grant negotiation phase with these communities. So unfortunately, I can't answer that question due to state law. But the municipal program was a specific set aside in Senate Bill 303. So that program has not been developed yet. It was just passed
All
into
right,
law.
let me ask the question a different way. You have 1-point-something million to spend.
Yes.
Okay. 30 applications, $40,000 a piece on average. Does $40,000 buy you a half of a solar facility, a quarter?
It depends on a variety of factors. I mean, $40,000 doesn't go particularly far. If you're a town hall or something like that, that does not go very far in terms of meeting the load. I can say the program was oversubscribed.
Okay.
I'm not deliberately trying to be
Senator
obtuse,
Rosenwald.
but
Thank you. As I recall, we took this program out of the budget this last year, right? So we have less, maybe less oversight of it, but the purpose is that it's used to pay for are one-time. They look like one-time payments. Somebody puts solar on their house, they can get a rebate. Somebody, whether, does some other energy saving, like I've talked to you about, heat pump installations. Those are one-time expenses. Why would it be so bad to spend down, not to zero, but spend down more of the money in the fund, given that we're talking about one-time expenses that an individual, a business, or a community asks for? It doesn't have to be sustainable.
I'll answer the second part first, and then I'll have our administrative folks talk about the first piece about the budget question. So we do have a variety of those rebate programs. We've been able to ensure that with the passage of 303, Senate Bill 303, excuse me, that all of those programs remain open. So it doesn't matter that you're trying to shoot for a narrow window of when the program might be open in order to get your rebate, right? The idea is that may make a decision for somebody on an economic basis. Do I do this project or not? So knowing that that money is there is important in terms of making that decision, because if it's a gamble of, okay, the program might be open, might be closed, that there's an economic decision that's made at that point. Regarding the competitive programs, we have seen, particularly for the low moderate income solar program, grant program, so it's a community solar program, that there are typically are nonprofits who are usually the ones who are coming in, who are applying to get funding to basically build these arrays and then use them for the benefit of low moderate income households. Having more money available, as you mentioned, makes a difference, right? If somebody sees there's $400,000 available, someone does the, I can't say risk analysis, is probably not the right way of putting it, but thinking, okay, what are my chances are of getting this grant? Versus if you put more money out on the street, we have seen as you incrementally put more money out on the street that you get better response. So the last thing I'd want to do is say, okay, there's a whole bunch of money this year, and then maybe it's gone, or maybe it's reduced, and then come in, 2 years from now and just say, oh, sorry, no more, we don't have any more money, we can't do this program. So it's sort of this, having we've heard from stakeholders that having consistency in the amount of funding, even if it doesn't necessarily, it doesn't dramatic swings one way or the other, it doesn't help send good market signals to folks who are coming in and applying for these funds.
All right, let's move on to the big fund here. I think we've talked this one.
So the Energy Efficiency Fund was established in 2008 when the New Hampshire legislature authorized the state's participation in the regional greenhouse gas initiative. RGGI is a regional cap and trade program designed to reduce carbon emissions among its members. It works by establishing a cap on CO2 that generators are allowed to emit by purchasing CO2 allowances in quarterly auctions that get baked into the generator's costs. The revenue from those allowances are sent back to the member states. RGGI has 11 member states, including every New England state. Most of these states have carbon emissions reductions goals. New Hampshire does not. The reason we participate is due in large part because we're part of the ISO New England grid. If we did not participate in RGGI, our ratepayers would still bear the costs. However, we would lose on the benefit. So to help thread the needle of this problem, New Hampshire has made the decision to rebate, and that was the legislature, to rebate the vast majority of the funding back to ratepayers to minimize the costs that we have to pass on. Happy to take any questions.
So all of the expenses of this fund are these rebates or not?
The first dollar of every allowance goes to the energy efficiency funds and administrative costs. Everything above $1 of each allowance is rebated to ratepayers. In the auction that concluded for the third quarter, just this last week, roughly, I believe, 18 million was rebated to New Hampshire ratepayers.
18 out of the 57 or something like that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just need the numbers, sorry.
So the auction was 18,677,000 and rebated amount was 17,952,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Rebate was 17 million.
Okay. So almost all, but there's
Almost all of it. Yeah, 650,000 roughly went to the programs and admin costs.
all right, by programs, there are some energy efficiency things in here.
Yes.
Low income programs, et cetera.
Yes.
Now, is that similar to all these programs in the previous fund or different?
Similar, but different. And I can have Josh speak to, for instance, the All Fuels Energy Efficiency Program.
Sure. So if you're looking, there's the series of programs that are included as part of that $1 per allowance set aside that the commissioner referenced. Less administrative costs both at the Department of Energy as well as at DES. There are a pair of programs. There's a certain set aside for low moderate income programs. Those are administered by New Hampshire Saves, so those are rolled in with the other energy efficiency programs administered by New Hampshire Saves. There's a further $2 million, which is set as a set dollar amount, that is made available, again, through New Hampshire Saves for the for municipalities doing energy efficiency projects as well. Last but not least, once basically any of the crumbs that are left over at the end of those carve-outs, deductions, however you want to refer to them as, goes into our the department's so-called all fuels program. This is one that we run on a competitive basis to see basically what are the needs out there in the market, and where this sort of funding can plug those gaps. Currently, the existing program that is out there that runs through the end of the year is with New Hampshire Saves, which was competitively bid and awarded to New Hampshire Saves to provide energy efficiency funding to those who basically don't qualify for any of the means tested programs, but are still on the lower end of the income spectrum. So they may not be able to meet the full cost match that is required if they were to go through New Hampshire Saves, for example. This helps defray that cost to make those projects affordable for those households. With the end of that program coming up at the end of this calendar year, we are preparing to do stakeholder sessions to figure out what is the need out there, what is the best use of these dollars to help form a competitive RFP that we hope to undertake sometime early in the next calendar year.
All right, other questions from the committee?
Well,
Representative
it's
Almy.
not quite another question. What is the activity?
Oh, I'm sorry, because this is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, there are emissions testing that they have staff that will go out and do. So there's that sort of the compliance piece of it on the opposite end that our colleagues at DES handle. You're welcome. Sorry, I just sort of glossed over that. So.
Right. I'm not seeing any other hands here. All right, the last one.
So for the Site Evaluation Committee, I'm going to ask Andrew Beamer, the SEC Administrator, to come up and speak to that fund.
I think this is his
Site
salary.
evaluation.
Am I right? Mostly.
Greetings. I am Andrew Beamer, B-I-E-M-E-R, and I'm the administrator of the SEC.
Go ahead.
Basically, my agency, which has now been rolled into the PUC per legislation last year, we generate revenue by the filing fees for new facilities, upgrades, and transfers of ownership. Historically, that's ebbed and flowed significantly. You have things like the Northern Pass project that obviously, despite not being built, filed 7 figures worth of filing fees. Then you have years such as, I believe, last year, 2023, we had 0 revenue in terms of filing fees. That is because nobody tried to build anything, nobody tried to upgrade anything, and fortunately, nobody filed any complaints against any utility companies that required investigation. That was another source of revenue for the agency. So basically, what we're looking at here is the salary. The expenses of my agency are basically my salary plus other office expenses, and then monies paid to other agencies who assist me in the execution of my responsibility.
So now that you're part of the PUC, can all of this activity be part of their budget, and can we get rid of this fund?
That would be a question of whether or not the regular utility assessment can support these type of payments. I don't know if Commissioner has any comments on that, or if that's a legislative decision.
I would imagine it would need to be a legislative decision.
So right now, the actions of this committee are not funded by the general utility assessment. That's why there was a dedicated fund set up for it. That would have to be a legislative decision on whether or not those could be used.
But effectively, there's hardly any revenue here, so it's really the general fund paying for this, right?
That is correct.
And so, yeah, go ahead, Representative Almy.
Yes, but if someone puts in another major project, there is going to be both revenue and the need for the revenue.
That's accurate. The good thing about the funding mechanism, if you will, is that when there's a lot of work to be done, we're also collecting a lot of filing fees in general. The filing fee for a new generation facility, I believe, is around $60,000 as a base fee, and then there's additional money per megawatt or per mile of transmission, if the case may be. And there are incentives, for instance, where the fees are slightly less if you're trying to build renewable energy versus if you were trying to build a coal facility. But in the instance of that, yes, we would have the ability to fund that through two mechanisms, really. The first one is the filing fees that come to us when they file the application for the permit. The second one is the committee itself has the ability to charge the applicant extra money for the hiring of external consultants. So that money is paid. I don't actually physically touch the money. What happens in that instance is the SEC will say to the developer, whoever that is, we're going to need to hire an outside attorney to help us with this case. We take bids, we determine the contractor for that task, and then that person sends their bills to me. I approve them, and then I send them directly to the applicant. So in the case of the Northern Pass, just since it's a big example we can all remember, there was a gentleman working as a counsel for the committee, and that gentleman was being paid directly by Eversource with the approval of the invoices by the administrator.
Representative Weiler.
So what did the SEC do on the year that there was no activity?
Well, the filing fees are collected in the year of the filing. So last year, for instance, I had multiple open dockets. One of them was a long investigation into the Antrim wind facility that a lot of you are probably at least, peripherally familiar with. There was an upgrade to a facility at Seabrook, and there were a series of investigations and other permitting issues that had preceded the fiscal year. So the dockets were, we were still working on 2022 matters in the year 2023. We just weren't getting new ones.
Thank you.
Representative Almy.
Just to get that clear, you're talking about the actual year 2023, not FY 23.
I was probably talking about FY 2023, right? Because that's what's reflected here.
Because
Yes, these are the fiscal years.
Okay, yeah, when I said 2023, to be clear, apologies, I meant fiscal year 2023.
so in fiscal year 24, which is also finished, you were still working on a number of these.
That's accurate, and we had one filing, just for the record, it was a transfer of ownership, which is a pretty basic fee. In the old construction of the SEC, which we were still under at that time, you had the option to request review by a subcommittee, which would have been $3,600, and the full committee, I believe, was something like $12,000, somewhere in that range. So they requested and were granted the ability to have that heard by a subcommittee, hence the $3,600 revenue in fiscal year 24.
Representative
Yeah,
Almy.
could I just ask you on one of the problems that you had and probably still have is that it is the directors of different agencies that represent that staff these committees rather than you, and a bunch of them didn't seem to be terribly interested in showing up.
One of the issues was at the subcommittee level. The subcommittee level would see a high level of rotation because a lot of them would appoint designees. And the issue there was that when the subcommittees were doing the bulk of the investigating or the bulk of the adjudicating, as in the case of Antrim, which took 2 years, you had multiple generations of designees literally retiring from state government. So there was turnover there. Regarding the actual heads of the agencies that were on the SEC, that was Transportation, DES, Cultural Resources, BEA, the 3 PUC commissioners, and then 2 public members. They were all, to a person, phenomenal. And there were certain times when we would have to have a hearing on a specific day or within a specific time frame where we couldn't get all of them. But by and large, the ex officio members who were department heads were excellent, or their designees were excellent because they would put in somebody who they knew was better equipped for the task at hand. For instance, they gave me a sound engineer for a docket that had to do with sound. Now, in the new construction of the SEC, we have 5 people to establish a 3-person quorum. That's the PUC plus 1 public member and plus the Commissioner of Environmental Services. So the quorum, however, cannot only be the PUC. That was written into the law. So it would have to be 2 theoretically, it shouldn't be hard to get everybody. But if we were only going to be able to get 3 people, it couldn't just be the 3 PUC. It would have to be 2 of them plus a public member or 2 of them plus DES. Long way of saying, I think the changes that we've made in the past year are going to go a long way towards avoiding those issues in the future.
All right, so maybe I'll talk to the person who sponsored the bill to move you to PUC and see if they intended to move your funding to their funding as well, right? So out of the general fund. I'll talk about that. Okay.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Regardless of the, yes, the using general funds is not ideal, but if there ever was a docket like Northern Pass, for instance, we would need a mechanism to collect the funding for those.
Well, you'd still have
those
that,
fees.
right? You'd still have the fee for the application.
Right, but
and
it's
all.
right. So the changes to the SEC, the funding mechanism in down years where there are no applications was not addressed. That is correct.
Yeah. I mean, but it would just not be this dedicated fund. It could go into their accounts, right? The PUC's accounts. Yeah.
Well, the only account that PUC has is the general utility assessment, and we wouldn't want the fees being used to fund general utility.
So the real question is you want to keep this fund, but possibly the source of funds, not general fund, but this other fund. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, good.
I can also tell you, I believe it has not come up operationally thus far because we're still new into the new incarnation. But I believe that when I am working on SEC specific projects, my funding is coming specifically out of this right here that we're talking about. And when there is no SEC work or minimal SEC work, and the PUC decides to pull me in as a fungible resource to help them on something, that is coming out of their funding mechanism. So so they are separate. I think your question about asking the bill sponsor for the original intent would be a good idea because
Right. I mean, this says over the years, 642,000 of general fund was spent on this, right? So, okay. So I'll just say before we go for lunch, this summer I drove 20 hours north of Montreal and toured the Le Grand 2 power plant, which is what would have one of the plants that would have been for Northern Pass. And it was absolutely fascinating. And I think it's a real shame that didn't go through. But it was a very worthwhile trip if anybody is interested in that kind of thing. So, all right. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Are we happy? Yeah. Okay.
thank you.
Yes, it was a lot of fun. I'm hoping to finish them. Okay.
I'd just like all of you to know that the color part that I put in for resource and cultural resources so that you could figure out what goes with who isn't on those sheets.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I should have made copies for everybody.
Or did hash marks or something.
Yeah, well, what I did do in each case, in the first one, it says over here, yellow 612 numbers are a cluster, including 9, 46, 33, 77, and administrative unit 5200, which is not even, it is in there.
This one?
No, it was, I think it was there.
So this, we have individual handouts from all of the agencies. This is the one from Department of Energy.
Yeah,
So you have that. You should have that.
yeah, that came first.
We had that from last week.
I think it came
On Monday.
before that.
you mean by cluster?
on yellow, which you can't see.
They're similar, is it?
They are, well, those are less interacting necessarily, but they're forestry.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
And then the orange ones are Cannon Mountain, and those are definitely interconnected.
Oh, I see. All right.
They started with 33 and they go over to 104 and 105, which are page 3.
Okay. So let's get started. It's 1:00.
Wonderful.
Are you Commissioner Stewart?
I am Commissioner Sarah Stewart, Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Okay.
And with me,
Chris Marino, the Chief of Administration.
Thank you for coming. Marino, yeah. Yeah, he's the person who signed these things.
Should be on top.
Okay. All right, so shall we start with number 9?
That's right in order.
Forest Improvement Fund.
Yes, and just to clarify, we do have the division heads here as well. If there are any specific questions relative to the funds that you wish to have clarified by them.
Okay. So this one looks almost defunct, right? It's got $146,000, and 2 years ago you spent some money or something like that. Is that 140? I see, $142,000.
Yeah, so the current balance, that's correct. The activity has been minimal in this account as of late. But it does continue to be used. You'll notice between the years 20 and 2022, there were some substantial amounts that were encumbered. But it looks like this is done on a periodic basis. So as the fund builds, the funds are used, and then there may be periods
Well,
where
why don't you start with a description and then.
Sure.
Yeah.
do you want directors to do it, or do you want?
I'm sure, actually, yeah, that would be fine
If you ask the chair, he may let you sit in either of those.
I think
chairs
that
or
would be
those chairs.
helpful.
You can have
If-
multiple people up here.
Yeah, I mean, if the others want to sit over there.
I think that would be helpful, just
Yeah.
because. Yeah, that if the directors could grab a microphone, that way they can jump in because they're more intimately aware of the impacts of these funds. Thank you.
Good suggestion.
Plenty of chairs on this side.
All right, Director Hackley, do you want to just briefly explain the account that we're opening with? Thank you.
Just for the new people, we can't have too many mics on at the same time. So your red light is on your mic. Okay?
Okay, all set? All right, my name is Patrick Hackley. I'm the director for the Division of Forests and Lands. So this Forest Improvement Fund falls under our division oversight. While it doesn't look like there's been a lot of activity in this fund, it is an important fund for us to maintain, to have reserve funding for acquisitions and dispositions. We're always looking strategically at our land base to see what we want to see if we can acquire a property that's adjacent to an existing state reservation. Or in the case of, perhaps you're aware of Allen State Forest, it was a 30-acre parcel that recently was approved by Governor and Council. The proceeds from that sale, which is very close to being transacted, will go into the Forest Improvement Fund. That's where these funds will live. And we're actually working with a conservation group and the town of Effingham to acquire an 88-acre parcel that's adjacent to our Heath Pond Bog Forest Having this fund gives us that flexibility to park funds and then to use them for acquisitions as well as dispositions, because sometimes an appraisal is needed, which can usually be $5,000 per report. Surveys are sometimes needed, although we do have a survey crew on staff. Director Marino said, it doesn't appear to have a lot of activity. We are planning to have a lot more activity on it, and case in point was the Allen State Forest sale I just mentioned. So,
what do you mean by state reservation?
basically, lands that the state owns. Our division is charged with managing all the state reservations under the jurisdiction of DNCR. So that includes parks as well, about 280,000 acres across the state.
So what is it other than parks? Is it the land under this building or no?
No. So other state agencies like DOT, Fish and Game. Yeah, Fish and Game has over 60,000 acres. We actually have a partnership with Fish and Game to manage their wildlife management areas. So I'm just referring to when I say state reservations, those are the properties that are under our management, under this department's management.
Right. So my question was, what is it that's not a park?
State forests.
Yeah. So if there's no developed recreational facilities on the property, then we typically categorize that as a state forest, which means it's strictly undeveloped forested land.
Mm. And that's what you sold recently, is some of that?
Correct.
I see. Gotcha. And how much do you expect that sale to go for?
I think this price tag is about $132,000.
Okay. So you're looking to buy something.
Right. We're working with a
else.
conservation fund that's providing really staff resources in kind to help us transact a deal with private landowners in Effingham. And we're using those funds as match to a federal program that's available to us.
Other questions? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. Am I correct that we've been spending some ARPA funds to acquire land, and so we haven't had to spend these dedicated funds?
Not that, I don't think as far as DNCR
No.
goes, yeah.
Not through DNCR. Maybe. Yeah. But we haven't used any ARPA funds for land acquisition.
President Volmy.
Thank you. So any forest that has recreational trails in it is considered a park?
No.
Which will get confused.
No,
with-
ma'am. I typically, so we have basically two different types of zoning in our state reservations, recreation and forestry. If it's recreation, it would be something akin to like Bear Brook State Park, where we have actually developed campgrounds and cabins, infrastructure. Trails, we don't technically consider infrastructure. We do have trails through some of our state forests, but those areas can still be zoned forestry.
So this would be places where there's significant recreational building in particular.
Where we'd call it a park, yeah, or recreational zoning.
Recreational zoning, but it's not a recreational forest, even though it's mostly trees.
Technically, all of our forests are recreational, but we have formal zoning based on the amount of development on that reservation.
Yeah, the Trails Bureau is under the state parks. There are trails, as you know, on private land, municipal, nonprofit, forest and lands, parks. So a lot of our state forests also have trails that are connected through other ways as well.
But they're under you because you're the ones that purchased them at some point.
The property that we manage through DNCR was at some point purchased or acquired for either forestry or recreation.
When you sell timber, does it go into this fund?
No, sir. We're going to be talking about that fund in a little bit.
Other question? No? Okay, let's go to the
Uh,
next.
well, there was-
Oh, wait.
Sorry,
Representative Mullin.
you had something in there about also the possibility of renting out some of these. There was something about rentals.
Yeah, that's in the language of the statute, but in my short tenure here as the director, I don't see that as a notable source of income. I don't even know what it would be to rent out equipment, forestry equipment of some kind, but it's mostly
Forestry land,
forest land. Yeah.
yeah, so we can take that out. It only appeared in one place, I think. And what are the other sources, do you know, from FY 20 and 21, when you got the only money you've had in 5 years? Only significant money,
Oh,
100,000 each. Yeah,
So that was actually just prior to my arrival. It was in the account. That was relative to a property that the Nature Conservancy had acquired and intended to convey it to the state. We were going to reimburse the Nature Conservancy and own that property, acquire it. However, I believe this is related to Forest Legacy, which is a federal program that provides funding for purchasing conservation lands. Forest Legacy allows the landowner to dictate whether they'll allow ATVs or snowmobiles, etc. And if anyone remembers this, I'm looking over at you, Commissioner. If we remember, but I believe the governing council did not approve of us acquiring it because we could not control the recreational activities. They wanted to make sure that it was going to be available for ATV use. So that money stayed in our account. We did not disperse it or acquire that parcel.
thank you.
All right, now we got timber sales.
So 3506, timber sales and other state lands. This is where the revenue from timber sales related to our partners at Fish and Game gets deposited. And the revenue that's generated from these sales supports, we have 2 foresters on staff, and their salary benefits are basically entirely covered by the revenue generated by timber sales from managing the wildlife management areas. So it's a symbiotic relationship. We conduct their management according to wildlife habitat principles. They cover the costs of our foresters to implement those plans. We also do forestry work for other agencies, but it's on a rare occasion. I think there's been some proposals with Department of Transportation actually owns quite a bit of land, and some of it has manageable forests on it. But we haven't done one of those projects in several years.
Now, why are you showing negative revenue in 2023? Is that an expense?
Right. In 2023, I think it was just when the books closed, we had a revenue, but I don't think we typically run a deficit.
Yeah, if I may speak to that, that was actually an accounting practice that was occurring at the time. So what happened was the expenses were being combined with the revenue, and ultimately, in this case, what that means is there was more revenue than there was expense. We changed that practice. We want to change that practice so that the expenses show up on their own line and the revenue shows up in a separate line. So this is an accounting practice that's going on that combines the two. So it does make it seem a little bit unclear. I think we've done that. I don't think we've incurred any expenses in the last couple of years. But that was ultimately, that was the result of an accounting practice that
Well,
made it very unclear.
We just heard there are 2 employees getting their salaries from this, right? So there should be regular expenses.
Yes. So the employees are paid through the source of funds out of this account, and the expenses occur in the account. But the expenses in this case for these years, again, are showing up combined against the revenue. So we need to clarify that.
Yeah. Could you redo this this set page? This
Yes,
section? Okay.
yes, I can clarify that.
Right, thank you. Other questions about this? Okay.
Yeah. I
Representative
have a
Maloney.
question here, which is, do we want to continue with forestry, which would take us into 46,377 and an administrative unit at the very end of the pages?
Yeah, and then we could release this fellow
If
to go
he
do some
wants
work.
to go.
That's a good idea. All right.
So I'm the only one that has the colored version of this, unfortunately, but I did put at the beginning of each colored section that these are a yellow cluster in this case, and refer to 612, 9, 46, 30, 77, and AU 5200, which is off book somehow.
So where are we going now? 36? Is it percent?
We're
No.
going to 46.
46, okay.
Which is on the next page.
Okay.
Or not the next page of this thing, so.
Right, right, right.
Whatever you do in this department requires going back and forth
I'm here.
on the pages.
All right.
It's
All right,
page
so it's
7.
page 7 of their report. Okay. Very good. All right, let's continue.
Sure. So I'll just jump in and let you know that 3505, it's our accounting unit, Management and Protection Fund. This is probably one of our most important funds. As you can see, it generates a fair amount of revenue. And we basically use this to compensate our entire Forest Management Bureau staff, with the exception of the administrator who's generally funded. But all the other staff, off the top of my head, I think we have at least 12 foresters on staff. Might be off by 1 or 2. We've had one retirement. We just hired a new forester. But this also funds equipment. It also funds not entirely, but a portion of the Natural Heritage Bureau staff. It really funds all of our bureaus. We have 7 bureaus in our division. And this 3505 is our pivot account. We pull funds from this account, obviously legitimately according to the statute, to fund much of our staff. As you may know from doing the pre-work on this hearing, our division is only about 30% funded with general funds. The rest of it comes from other income, of which this is a major source. Then we have federal funds. And that's basically the 3 buckets of money: our federal funds, other income, and general funds. So, and Consplate, which is, technically taxpayer money, but it's in a different category. So, that's the nature of this. When we do a timber harvest on state reservation land, again, whether it's park or forest land, the proceeds from those sales go into the fund, and then on an annual basis are then used to compensate our staff and to supply funding for the other bureaus, as I mentioned.
But why aren't timber sales in the previous fund?
The timber sales from the previous account we just talked about, 3506.
Yeah.
We keep that separate just to keep track of those
Because
funds.
those are from Fish and Game Parks.
Correct, and other state agencies like fishing, like I mentioned.
I see.
So
And
we
this
keep
is
them
from your own.
Correct.
I see. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So essentially, it's really our pivotal account, and it's been a very well maintained and well managed account. We feel like it's the bread and butter. We do have some concerns over time. With warming winters and wetter summers, our timber sales program, we've been doing very well for the last few years, but this past year we were well below our 10-year average in timber harvesting. So that is of some concern for us because, forest management is affected by weather and ground conditions. So we have to be mindful of that in regards to the major source of funding into this account.
Right, but this has a considerable balance, right? I mean, it's close to 2 years worth of expenses. So, so, you know, if a year is even 25% up or down, it's not going to be, you can easily cover it here. Right?
We do have a healthy balance, but that's by design, given what I just mentioned in regards to bad weather seasons. Markets are such that we don't always get a consistent price for our timber. That fluctuates with the economy. We're seeing softer prices in white pine logs and in red oak logs. So markets, weather, and then just the budget cycle. As we all know, we're looking at a much tighter general funding imperative by the state budget office. So we feel like we need to have that balance to be assured we can keep our forestry staff employed to do the mission that we're required to do.
What was the other funds of 181,000 in 2020?
That I can't speak to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could you point specifically?
He's looking at the 2020 line on the chart, Chris. 181,553 that year. Other sources.
Oh, other sources. Yeah, typically what that represents is a balance that has been carried forward from a prior year of accumulated funding that is designated for something that is held in encumbrance. So in other words, all of the normal sources, timber sales, state nursery, seedling sales, leases, administrative fines, all of that is accumulated in the revenue column. Other sources typically is a figure that represents some kind of an adjustment to the account that is not specific to those primary sources. In this case, it's a matter of management of balances forward for encumbered activity.
Okay. Representative Almy.
Can you remind me when you were created? Division of.
The Division of National, okay,
The
me
Division of
personally.
Forest and Lands or the
No,
department?
the department.
2017, when Governor
was
Sununu
that
made his
far apart?
first
Yeah.
address.
There was considerable confusion
Yeah.
as that happened and for years after.
Yes. We still are reminding people who we are.
Other questions? All right. Any more forest-related ones?
Yes, one.
One.
Two, actually.
Okay.
They're both at the end.
Okay.
Now I've got to go back and forth between sheets. 377, and I think AU 5200 is right after it.
Okay, so the last two on our
In the
spreadsheet,
book.
and hopefully the last two in here.
Page are they on?
Yeah.
Yeah, 133 and 133.
No. 33. We're going off of
Of
their
the memo.
little handout.
Oh,
All right, I'm trying to get on this.
Oh, that one.
33? No, 33 we'd already done.
Forest Protection Personnel Training Fund. No, that's this one. It's on page 33 of this little handout.
And if you want the book, it's
No.
page 159.
That's Cannon Mountain Ski Account.
You're on page 5.
Oh, page 33. Yeah,
Not
no, that
fun
makes more
33.
sense because it's the last ones in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your question regarding the fund, I mean, give you an overview. But
Yes, tell us what is this
Sure.
about and
So-
where does it
so
get money?
All of our forest rangers, we have 11 forest rangers on staff. All of them are required to be trained in wildfire suppression protection activities. And we do receive support from the U.S. Forest Service. But the training fund allows us to buy equipment, important equipment for them. So Romex, those yellow shirts that you see them wearing, the tools that they need. And these costs are significant when we mobilize a crew to send out west. For instance, we've sent about 4 different crews, combination of New Hampshire, Maine, and Southern New England personnel to go out and fight fires out west.
while they're out there, they're getting critical wildfire training so that they can be prepared when they come back here to New Hampshire. It's proven to be a very good program for us. All of our expenses when we mobilize crews are reimbursed by the Forest Service. So this fund helps cover the additional cost to suit up and equip our personnel. So it's kind of a critical part, kind of a mission critical source of funding that we need if we're going to have a viable forest protection staff.
Except that you're $40,000 in the hole right now.
Yeah. Well, this is a snapshot in time, so I don't see it as I mean, we are typically reimbursed when we have deficits from the Forest Service. So I'm not sure if that will probably go away once we get full reimbursement, because we're still in a wildfire season, actually.
That's correct. It's federally funded. It's just a matter of timing of the reimbursement that draws from the federal program. So they are awarded, authorized a significant amount of money, and it is a reimbursement basis. We incur the expenses, we then submit for reimbursement, and the draws occur. It just so happens in this case, at the end of fiscal year 24, we had not received the draw for reimbursement in a timely fashion, and so it appears as though the account is maintaining a deficit, but that's really just an accounting deficit. The funds will be drawn and reimbursed.
But it says here that you're getting money from fines, right?
As part of it, yeah.
So what does that mean what do you mean by reimbursement?
Well, the program itself is considered reimbursement, meaning we incur the costs and then seek reimbursement from the source of funding.
That's mentioned further
Oh,
down.
yeah.
Rather than in,
Master cooperative.
yeah.
Well, what's this fines part? Oh,
Fines is if someone comes and cut down.
When there is a timber harvesting violation or try not to speak forestry lingo here, but basically when there is an infraction of a forestry law in the state, we have a fine structure based on our rules. And when we issue fines, that revenue comes into, is allowed to be a funding source for this particular training fund. Typically though, Chris, I think it comes into 3505 and then it can be transferred over to the training fund. So that might be part of that matrix that we're talking about.
so that's
Yes,
a,
it would,
a
again, that would-
minor?
I'm sorry.
That's a minor part of this?
It is.
Essentially, yes.
It's a small amount.
Yes.
It's allowed.
But it's allowed.
The fines rarely go more than, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 in a given year total. So it's a very small fraction of the total cost of having a training program.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, Representative Wiley.
Do you assess fines for timber harvesting on private lands? What sort of fine would they be? What sort of penalty?
So we have basal area laws. Basal area is basically the
Representative Janicki.
Yes, as I look at this, 2021 through 2024 beginning balance column, in general, there's a degradation of that beginning balance. Is that also because of an accounting calculation that hasn't given us the correct beginning balance, or why is that dropping?
Yeah, so many times that balance it's really driven by the relationship between when the expenses are incurred and when they draw, but also You may have years where you incurred more expenses or less expenses. So that number can go up and down depending on how much is expended from year to year.
Follow.
Yeah.
But that makes sense, but just in general, it looks like it's trending downward. Is there some reason for that, or again, is that just a quirk, or? Because in 2021, it was 136,000. I can see in 2022, it was less than half, and then 2023, it kind of rebounded, but in general, looks like it's weakening.
Well, like it does appear that the trending of expenses is going up year to year, which would ultimately drive down that beginning balance. That makes sense. But ultimately, that beginning balance will never, we can't draw more than what is available from the award. So yes, but I would say, and Patrick, Director Hackley could probably speak to this more clearly, but it looks like there's a lot more activity occurring in the last few years from the source of this fund than has occurred previously.
Yes, Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I'm trying to wade through this RSA language, and it seems like not all of the fines go into the Forest Protection Personnel Training Fund. Maybe, can't even tell if it's 80% or if it's 20%, but where does the balance go?
It would go into the 3505, the Forest Management and Protection Fund. Yeah.
And the last one. Oh, one more. Representative Almy.
Are the people who you send out west volunteers?
They are. They're staff, but we also have private individuals who are trained that agree to go out. They do get compensated by the Forest Service.
Yeah.
Yep.
The staff doesn't have to go out.
They don't. They're strongly recommended for training purposes, but some rangers opt out. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like a pretty horrific job.
It's rugged work for sure.
All right, the last one is Fox Forest Trust Funds.
So this is a property that was donated to us from Carolyn Fox. And she did leave an endowment, and we do use this to fund, we have a forester there that's basically our manager of that property and the buildings that came with the property. We did build a very small educational center on site. And we draw from that periodically to pay for insurance, operating costs, and a portion of the salary for the forester comes from these funds to maintain that staff person. It is a research and demonstration station. We have workshops out there. It's been a great location for doing silvicultural showings to help the public and other foresters understand how to manage the forest for various purposes, whether it's hardwood silviculture or softwood silviculture. Forest health. Our forest health staff also is housed there at the Fox Forest location, and so it's a really important southern facility for our division, and the endowment fund helps us maintain the property, and as I mentioned, the forester that manages that site.
Very good. This is in the town of Hillsborough?
Correct.
Right. Representative Weiler?
Gosh, I should know that off the top of my head, but it's probably, it's got to be at least 1,200 to 1,500 acres. I'm putting a thumb in the air on that one. Sure.
Any other forestry questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so now, what do we do? Go back to the beginning.
Back to the beginning.
Okay. Back to page.
And that's number 13. 6, 12, 13,
Yeah. All right, Fund 13.
North
No,
Region
we didn't.
Headquarters, is that the one you're referring to? Because that would fall under my,
Unincorporated territory.
yes, glad
Oh, we
to.
skipped it.
Yeah, it's on page 4. Yeah, 7871 accounting unit. So the North Region Headquarters is under our divisional jurisdiction and under our department. It's a DNCR facility and our division manages it. We house our forestry staff there for the North Region. They're responsible for managing our largest state forest, the 40,000 acre Nash Stream Forest. We also provide space to our colleagues in Parks and Recreation. So Bureau of Trails has a couple of staff there as well. We then also lease space at a fairly friendly rate to our partners in education outreach. UNH Cooperative Extension has an office there. And then our colleagues at the Fish and Game department also have office space there. So it's really a great nucleus of state agencies, resource-based agencies that occupy the North Region Headquarters in Lancaster. We do receive proceeds from the timber taxes that are collected from the unorganized townships. And each year we present a budget. As a matter of fact, we're preparing to present a budget now for the 2025 fiscal year to Coos County. And their commissioners review our budget and then allocate a portion of the timber taxes that are collected from the unorganized townships to help fund this North Region Headquarters.
All right. So it looks like you very closely keep the revenue and expenses aligned.
Yeah, this one's pretty tight. We've been able to, recently we had some questions about the value that we provide, the value proposition to the county. But we've recently solidified that support. We receive roughly $68,000 a year from Coos County to supplement the additional revenue that we need to keep the headquarters running.
And it has become quite the community center in terms of meetings, meeting space. There's some fine-looking stuffed animals in there. But it is a well-used facility in Lancaster for many state agencies and the public.
So you're saying they pay above the timber tax that they collect?
Not above, they pay a portion of the timber tax collected from the unorganized townships. And that's been a ongoing statutory, based in statute for decades.
And it's just a negotiation as to what fraction of that tax they give
Yes,
you?
yeah, it's negotiated between the commissioners and me and our division.
I see. Representative Almy.
Thank you. Grafton County has one town in this, one town, non-town. It actually had a resident for a while. But who pays when there is a fire or other violation
Right.
in that area?
Right, for a wildfire. So if it's in the unorganized township, we do look to the county to cover that. But I think that's also tied into the allocation, if you will, that we receive from the commission. I'm not totally clear on the mechanics of that, but I think we look to the county if it occurs in an unorganized township where there are no year-round residents.
Other questions? Representative Almy?
Yeah, there are, besides summer visitors, okay, well, including the summer visitors, there are a fair number, as I understand it, of mansions hidden in the backlands of Coos that belong to people mostly from New York City who only come there once a year.
Turns your stomach, doesn't it? No, I'm just kidding. We actually, yes.
Yeah, so if if one of those mansions happens to burn down to the ground, is that the problem of the county or?
So we have actually in the past assisted the county in patrolling these back roads that have significant second homes on lakes, and reported those back to the tax administrator for the county to let them know that they have a significant structure in the backcountry. At this point, the sheriff's office is doing that now, but they're spending time on those back roads to quantify. So those taxes should be reflected in the property assessment when they know that there's a property out there. And that did happen a lot after COVID. People were beefing up their camps to live more frequently up there, or just buying leases and building significant structures. But I do know what you mean. That trend has
Yeah.
occurred.
Yeah, even before that, I got my information from the person that furnished the interior of a number of those places.
Mm.
All right, the next forest one I see is number 376 on page 32. Is that yours also?
376.
Merrimack River Basin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I missed that, didn't I?
Forest management and
It's,
silvicultural operations on federal lands.
It's a license with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can explain that one. So in addition to...
Page 32.
Yes. Yep. Accounting Unit 5019. Forest management, silvicultural operations on federal lands. So very similar to our relationship with New Hampshire Fish and Game Department. We also manage about 13,000 acres for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So as many of you know, when the federal land dams up land, they acquire lands around it, floodplain lands, if you will. And this agency contracts with us. Well, we have an MOU or an MOA to provide forest management services on their property. And that supports a forester that is on our staff. So there are no general funds here. We rely on this fund to support, I think, just one forester. But it also provides funding for mowing. We contract with an outside consultant to mow the areas around the dam. So we basically are the land manager for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Representative Almy?
It's not just the Merrimack River Basin, it's also some.
It's predominantly the Merrimack River Basin. Yeah, there it says right there, it says 11,700. My understanding is it's closer to 13. So there may be, I don't know if that includes the Blackwater area, the Blackwater Dam area, and that's kind of in that Hopkinton, Contoocook area. But we have done forest operations on other Army Corps properties, and that may be the balance of the 13,000 acres I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's what it does. Okay. Any questions on this one? No? All right, good. So any other forest? I didn't see any, but.
What's that one last night?
No.
Do you do mining permits?
We were hoping you weren't going to bring that up.
Kind of ridiculously
It's
antique.
we can speak to it.
When I started in this position, I thought, oh wow, mining, we might be able to find a fortune. That's not happening.
No.
No, it's more of a chore than a benefit.
It's one of those things we were, as an agency, saddled with. Here, it's like, here, you take the mining activity. So
Right,
Director
so
Marino and
we're
I
on
had
page 15 now.
Yeah, let's go to the page and we'll talk about it a little bit. So we lease out state reservation land for mining permits, but we also are obligated under the statute to monitor mining operations on private land. So it falls to us, and the permit fees over time have accumulated to this amount that you see in the table. It's a fairly lengthy RSA, but our obligations are to monitor, to inspect, and to ensure that there's a mining plan associated with these mines. This is handled by our Land Management Bureau staff. The funding you see there has probably been there for quite some time, a number of years. We have not tapped into it to administer this act. Basically, what the statute says is these funds may be used to administer the act, which is very ambiguous and doesn't really help us in terms of what we can use the money for. So either we would seek legislative, or either through rules or legislative action of some kind, seek to be able to tap those funds for the administration of the monitoring. And in case of disputes, we sometimes need to incur costs. For instance, we had an abutting landowner who was upset with the noise being made by the mining operation. We started to work with our DOJ attorney. We were going to conduct a decibel study of the mining activity. The quote we got from the contractor was about $5,000, which was half of what our balance is in this fund. But we weren't really able to tap it because the language in this RSA isn't really explicit. Is that a fair characterization, Director Marino?
Yes, I would say that would probably be a good interpretation. We did just discuss it recently because of the vagary of the chapter, and it does say administration of the chapter. I'm inclined to think that this is an exercise that would fall within the authority of this chapter. So I'm inclined to say yes, go ahead with that. But I'm glad we're having an opportunity to talk about this now.
Yeah.
Just in case there's any opportunity to seek clarification on that.
Representative Weiler.
This is mostly dirt and gravel, right?
Or a hobby mineral collection, quartz, and then there's beryl, and there's some other precious gems that these miners are after. But it's not, some of it's surface granite quarries where the slabs left over from actual drilling are now being sold because they have value. Yeah, we have one like that in Fitzwilliam, I believe.
Thank you.
Do you have a full-time employee dealing with mines or not?
Not, she does not deal with it. It's really
This is extra work. And
yeah.
to be honest, the state geologist, I think, is housed at DES.
Yes, and so yeah.
And so this is, in my opinion, something worth considering. Where does this belong? Because it really is sort of an afterthought with our staff, because it's not a primary function, but we do get calls or complaints or inquiries about this responsibility.
I see. So you would like to have the state geologist, or you'd like to get rid of this fund?
I think the state geologist would be better suited to oversee this type of work.
Right, but should the state geologist work for Department of Natural Resources or DES? Right. Do you
I
know?
think that's a conversation I'm willing to have with DES. I don't know specifically what other roles and responsibilities the geologist has that would benefit either agency. I mean, all agencies try our best to look beyond the branding of the agency, so we're all on the same page. But this is one that has bubbled up in conversations as let's look at this a little closer and talk to DES and see if it has a better home over there or vice versa.
All right. Now, are the fees involved here adequate to the work that the mines cause, or not?
Well, that's a good question. I'm beginning to think no, given the current staffing we have now. We recently moved our communications section out of Land Management Bureau, and we created our own communications bureau. So that's freed up our Land Management Bureau staff to spend more time. This has been something that's like we manage it when we have time or when a problem comes up and we have to address it. So our current administrator for the Land Management Bureau, very detail oriented, she has spent time visiting all of the permitted sites. I don't know if she's got to all of them, but she's tried to get to all of them to re-engage with these permittees. And I would say in this past year that the fees that we collected probably did not cover much of her time in general.
All right, so maybe we need higher fees here. So how about, Commissioner, we ask you to get together with either the Commissioner of DES or the State Geologist or both and make a plan for what you want to do. And we can maybe support you with legislation if you get it to us by the end of October, kind of thing.
Okay.
All right.
I can do that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Other questions? Here. Nope. Okay. Any others that are forced?
None that are mine, so, right?
Do we see any? No? Should we go back to the beginning?
Yeah, and the next.
Cannon.
We're getting to Cannon Mountain.
Nope.
This one has the 233 plus 104 and 105.
Okay. All right. So
Pretty soon after that.
all right, we are on page 5. Cannon Mountain ski account. Well, that sounds like an important one.
Brian, I'll let you introduce this one.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Wilson. I'm the director of the Division of Parks and Recreation. The Cannon Mountain ski accounts is 2 accounting units that are broad part of our the state park fund that are isolated out to specifically on the ski and winter recreation components of within Franconia Notch State Park, which is Cannon Mountain Ski Area, the resort, and the operation of the aerial tramway. Within the 2 different accounting units, one is primarily the 3303. That's the operations unit, which is the staff, maintenance, equipment, and operations, and then the 3704 unit is our concession and retail functions, which include like our ski school, our rental shop, the concessions agreements that we have, which we contract out by and large for food and beverage and other retail operations year round.
They also get money from the Hampton Beach meters, which is a pretty significant amount of money. That's listed here, but found in 105.
Yeah, so if I may just clarify how that works. So there's a ski account and the park account. Those 2 components which make up ultimately what they call the park fund. So the ski account is confined to what Director Wilson just described, which is accounting in 3703, which is the operations, 3704, which is the retail and concessions. That's the ski account. 7300, which is Hampton meters, is part of the broader service park group of accounting units, which includes 3720, which is service park operations, 7300, which is Hampton meters. Those go together to comprise the park account. So although related, they're ultimately under the park operations system, the Hampton meters function is a component of the service park account versus the Cannon ski account. I just wanted to clarify that for you, just so you understood that.
But that money doesn't go to the Cannon Mountain. It goes to the summer activities.
Are we talking about Hampton meters? Yes.
Yes.
Hampton meters supports the park operations system, service park operations system, not directly the Cannon Mountain operations system.
So first of all, should we create another dedicated fund? Because you're reporting to us like they're two separate funds. State park account number 33, and then the second one. One is Canon and one is others. Well, I don't know.
Well, they're both under 216A3I. They're both
Right.
under RSA 612 number 33.
Yeah.
But you'll notice one is described as the Cannon Mountain Ski account, and one is described as the state park account.
Right.
And within the state park account, you'll notice that notated in the detailed activity section, 7,300, which is Hampton meters, is captured in that
Yes.
account.
Oh, I see.
But this is all Cannon Mountain, right? It doesn't include the other parks around the state.
The first part of the discussion, yes, Cannon Mountain, you're discussing only
Yeah.
the Cannon Mountain ski account.
the second
Yes, that
one-
contains only the Cannon Mountain activities.
And the second one includes all of the other parks,
Correct.
because that wasn't at all clear.
Yes.
And please remember that we don't charge at all of our parks. Some of our parks that we do charge at don't create a big enough revenue to support themselves. So that state park fund, where the Hampton tolls are part of that, really helps us support the entire system.
Do money collected at other state parks go to Cannon or vice versa?
No.
No.
No, the funding, the revenue collected at state parks around the state stay within the service park system, the ski account. Only revenue collected at the Cannon Mountain ski area is in the actual Cannon Mountain ski account.
Okay. So in this Cannon Mountain account, you're receiving and spending $10 million a year.
Approximately, yes.
Roughly. But all those expenses are at Cannon Mountain.
Correct.
And all the revenue is from skiers.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So maybe that should be its own dedicated fund without mixing in Fund 33 all the other stuff. Yeah?
I agree.
Okay. Well, that's something we can do, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
off.
Question.
Yes, Senator Gray.
We have other funds that only have one number but have two sheets in the book, right?
Yes.
Which this would lend itself to without any legislative action, right?
Well, there's statutory uses, and then there's how we account for it in the accounting system. So different agencies choose to put things in different accounting units, or you can see all the narrative that describes all the back and forth between all the accounting units. That's up to the agency, but we just need to follow the statutory uses of the underlying statute. And if it doesn't require multiple dedicated funds, the agency can choose to use the accounting system to do whatever internal calculations they need to do.
All
So
right,
it
let me
doesn't-
try to translate that and see what I heard, okay?
Okay.
If they use different accounting units, even though it only has one dedicated fund number, it'll do what you really want it to do without any other modification at all. No change in the RSA, no anything else, just you guys picking a different accounting number. All right?
Well,
Right. It's I guess it would be up if it's causing a strain on their tracking, then there may be a benefit to give it its own RSA 612 ID number, which gives it its own place in the book. But I mean, that's why I defer to the agency. If they're working the accounting system, which is robust enough to handle all this, it's just this book is at a much higher level.
Yeah, to be clear, so I think they're grouped correctly in terms of the accounting units. So the ski account, there are two accounting units grouped. For the park operations, this park account, there are actually 4 accounting units that are grouped. I think the confusion here is they're both of those accounts, while grouped separately in the accounting system, are identified with the same ID number.
RSA ID number.
RSA ID number. So if they had different RSA ID numbers, that would make it a little clearer on your part to be able to say 33 is Canon, etc. 34 is Parks, etc. If that's, I think that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's another problem that 33 isn't Canon, it's Canon ski area. And the other one is Canon and all the other parks in there, and Canon in its function as the rest of the mountain of Canon.
So if I'm understanding, I think what you're referring to is Cannon Mountain in the winter is the Cannon ski area, in the summer is Franconia Notch State Park. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. That's confusing. I agree with that as well. That's kind of a more difficult thing to identify because you have summer operations occurring and going to one account and winter operations occurring and going to a different account. But that's really the only exception in this case that creates a little bit of that confusion.
So you're saying that accounting units 3703 and 3704 are only for skiing?
They're only for skiing.
They're only winter
with
skiing.
the exception the exception of summer operations on Cannon Mountain for the operation of the tram. But everything else that occurs up there is Franconia Notch State Park.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that all stays in the service park account.
Okay. So the tram is always part of this Canon ski thing.
Correct.
Right. I see. Hmm.
I'm not sure if I answered the question, but I think you can do it either
we
way.
need a field trip.
Pretty much, it's up to you guys. If you want to change, you're going to have to come ask us.
Okay.
Yeah. So I looked at this and I thought that we had these 4 income sections all coming into Cannon Mountain, basically to keep Cannon Mountain alive.
Right.
The least of which is the one that you took, Sunapee.
Right, and because they're designated with the same ID of number 33, it does appear that way, and I understand now what you're talking about. Yes.
Maybe I'll talk to somebody on the resources committee. That makes sense.
If any of them.
I
pay
think you
attention.
have in the past changed the names of the ID numbers, and I think we did that with PFAS a year or two ago. If you wanted to clarify the naming convention, but yeah, I think that if you want it crystal clear, you would give it 2 ID numbers and call it what you want to call it, and that would clarify it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the second half of this one is parks. So that's accounting unit 3701, 3702, 3720, 3722, etc. Right? There's a lot of them.
That's correct.
Okay. And it's all the state parks, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Including Cannon Mountain. In its
Right.
other,
Including
as
Franconia Notch.
Franconia Notch.
State Park, yes.
Right.
Okay. All right. So, so this fund seems to again match revenue and expenses quite well.
Yeah.
With a fairly sizable cushion, but not excessive.
I had a note that the AU numbers were sometimes wrong in the report, but maybe that's because I wasn't understanding what went where.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I could just say the balance here is really important to us. If there's a rainy summer, for example, still want to pay our employees.
Yeah.
And so I'm proud of this balance and would like to keep it.
Sure. Yeah, it looks like you have some years where you have a little excess and some years where
Yeah.
expenses are a little high. So. Let's talk about that. Why did expenses go up? Is that mostly the increase in salaries?
Yes, we absorbed the 12% wage increases across the whole division here, and without any general funding support. So that's one factor. In addition to that, with kind of the increase in visitation trends really nationwide in outdoor recreation, the slight change in climate with our shoulder season seeming to be ever expanding, the demand on the park system is no longer a Memorial Day through Labor Day operation. So we've had to build out staffing structure and other resources to meet that demand. So that has also pushed kind of an increased burden on the expenditure side.
So we need to increase some fees then?
Well, we have been doing that incrementally over the last year or so. We got approval through the fiscal committee last year to increase the Hampton Meters account, so that again that goes back into this fund after costs. So we've increased the parking meters cost. We revisited our campground fee structure, increased that at approximately 20%. Last year, really the main thing that's left now is to contemplate is day use visitation. So that's where, park admissions, where we're collecting park fees. And we've been looking at that and studying that. And there was a bill last session on that, and they'll be actually our R&D is taking that up in a study committee. I believe they kick that off next week. So we'll be kind of tracking that and hopefully working with them on some solutions here to keep our goal really here is to try to, within our self-funding model is to keep costs as low as we can for folks to be able to come and camp and visit the parks. But also because we don't get general fund support, we need to make sure that we're tracking very closely on the whole picture here so that we can remain in this solvent state here. And that fund balance there is nice to be able to have and to look at, knowing that we've got a little bit of cushion there for years where we go in one direction or the other, or on occasion there's certain opportunities that come across that are kind of a once in a generation thing that we would want to take advantage of. And then there's the weather, which is our toughest challenge.
Okay, so, but it sounds like that's all in progress. Now, this is your comment, yes?
Yeah, no, not over there. Oh, yeah, that was my misunderstanding.
Okay, gotcha.
I was trying to simplify a long
I understand.
statement.
Okay. Other questions about Fund 33?
Well,
Right,
I'm wondering,
Representative Wallen.
do you have any place in the Fish and Game on rescue operation problem?
Do we have a role in that? Yes. In certain parks and places, we are pretty prevalent in interoperations with them, primarily Mount Monadnock. Generally speaking, our staff, park staff, are the first on scene for pretty much any rescue on the mountain because we're there all of the time. So while Fish and Game may be in the area or have to come from somewhere outside, we're usually the first to hear about it and the first to respond. Similarly, Mount Washington, that occurs as well too. But I mean, it comes up all the time at different places where we work hand in hand with them for rescue stuff. And then we also have a lot of interaction relative to enforcement and oversight of the trail system.
Question.
Representative Wyland.
Now that the search and rescue fund is healthy from the hike safety pass, does your staff get any piece of that in its rescue operations?
No, we don't.
What funds that?
The help that's a Fish and Game fund, so I'm not.
I know what it.
What funds are?
Yeah.
Are fees for visiting a park. So if somebody pays to go hike Mount Monadnock and they're paying to park, that's funding the staff that are there, and so that's a resource that that is covered under that. Similarly to ocean rescue, several hundred rescues happen every year along the seacoast from our lifeguard staff. So while it might not be in the back country or on top of a mountain, it's still life or death, and those costs are collected through at the seacoast parking fees.
Other questions? Other questions? No? Okay. Let's go on to, what's next? 60? Or these groups?
No, 60 is, I'd regard it as a one-off,
Oh, okay.
but I think it can be grouped with a few other things.
I mean, do you want to, do you have others that you deal with that we could get you done, sort of?
I have, a long list of them here. I'm just struggling to
toggle
back and forth between which number we're referencing.
Do you have this report, this 36-page?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're just going numerically here. So there's 60, page,
Except for the groupings that are really obvious.
yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the memo, they were instructed to follow the order of the big book. So they're not in the same order as what you're looking
Oh,
at.
I see.
Based on how we normally
Because
conduct
the
these
state book
sessions.
is in the order of when the dedicated fund was created.
Oh,
Or it made sense actually for a while because we.
Oh, it's not in the order of the fund
created
number.
all of these numbers from scratch 22 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, the book is in the order of the RSA ID number within the agency itself.
Right.
So that this agency has a section of the book and it starts with 009.
All right.
So that really can't be changed. It has nothing to do with how they coordinate their divisions.
I
In
see.
the RSA number, I have a key here that I can flip right to.
So there you go.
All right, so,
The RSA number. No, it's not on that one.
I think you wanted to go to 104, right?
We haven't done 60 yet. That's Conservation Plate Fund.
Right, but I thought in the park theme, right?
in the park theme, all
In the
right.
park theme, I thought 104 was
Okay.
next.
Okay, that's good. All right, 104, Cannon Mountain capital improvements.
Yeah, I'd put that one on there.
All right.
And I believe that is just for Cannon Mountain.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So the Cannon Mountain Capital Improvement Fund was established
Page
when
13.
the lease of Mount Sunapee was established. So under that lease agreement, revenues from Mount Sunapee go to this Cannon Mountain Capital Improvement Fund, which is specific to capital improvement projects. And there is a Cannon Mountain Advisory Committee who oversees the administration of those funds. So they meet 2 to 3 times a year and review the financial statements from Mount Sunapee and the revenue that is generated for that goes into this fund. And our team at Cannon Mountain generate a list of capital needs. And we work to keep up with the capital there. There's essentially it's a $6 million line of credit that we have a bonding authority to have a revolving bond. So the revenue from Cannon Mountain pays down the balance of that, and then we determine which projects are going to happen on the next cycle and fund them through this source.
How is the revenue divided between this fund and the other one?
And the Cannon
The Cannon section
yeah,
of 33.
there's no revenue from Sunapee that goes into the operating budget of Cannon.
Oh, this is Sunapee. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is just.
I see.
Yeah, I think the
But it-
confusion was you mentioned Cannon Mountain as the source of revenue. Sunapee is the
Oh,
source
sorry.
of revenue
Yep,
for this.
sorry.
Yeah. I was,
But it's the.
Yeah, under funding
it's
source,
for
number 1.
Cannon Mountain.
Yeah.
Is this restricted to Cannon Mountain if you ran out of things to do?
We will never run out of things to do at Cannon Mountain. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Where the 6 million bonding limit is not really able to keep pace. Well, really more the annual revenue that we get from Sunapee ranges somewhere between $400,000 to $600,000 a year, depending on the year. That's generally about how much we're trying to target for capital improvement projects on any given year.
Yes,
Is that
Representative Ginny.
Is that 400,000 gross or net? That's gross revenue is only 400,000 from.
No, Chris can help me here. There's a couple different components of that. Yeah.
So let me just clarify how that works. So the $6 million authorization is how much can be bonded. As that is bonded, debt service is assigned. That service needs to be paid. So the debt service typically represents a component of principal and interest. So in this case, Sunapee right now, we're generating, it's a little more, it's probably, we've been doing pretty well, been coming in somewhere around $700,000. But what happens is when we use that money to pay the debt service, if the debt service is $600,000 for a particular year, only a portion of that $600,000 will now become available again for rebonding. In this case, it's typically somewhere in the $400,000 to $500,000 a year range. So we pay $600,000, a portion of that pays interest. So we're trending somewhere around having on a yearly basis available, as long as we maintain that debt service payment schedule, somewhere around $400,000 a year. But we do have to monitor how much we continue to incur to make sure that we don't get to a point where our debt service per year exceeds the amount of revenue that Sunapee is generating. We haven't reached that threshold. We're still safe. So we're able to continue to keep redrawing that principal to maximize that $6 million authorization. But we do have to actively monitor that depending on the ability of Sunapee to generate that revenue, which we receive a percentage of. 2016 was a great example. The winter was virtually non-existent.
It was before I became commissioner, just to know.
Yes.
You
And
control it.
significant drop in revenue that year did cause a bit of a deficit for a short period of time, but we were able to recover that very quickly.
Yes, Representative Wyler.
Have we had any projection on the projected life of the aerial tramway? 'Cause that'll be very expensive when that needs to be.
So yes, so we're on year 3 or 4 of noodling the future of the tram, and raised the awareness that the future of the tram was coming, or the life expectancy of the tram was coming to an end soon. So we started this conversation 3 or 4 years ago through the capital budget process. We explored ARPA. That didn't pan out. We were allocated 18 million in the last budget for the tram, and that was okay for us because all of our estimates at the time we did estimates predicted about a $20 to $25 million ticket for the whole thing, the whole shebang. So 18 million from the state allocation. We could bridge the rest. We could figure out how to get to the rest. When we did go out to bid, the one bid that came back was the total of 33 million. So we can't do 18 to we're just not in a position to bridge that. So we're revisiting options. We have a couple of ideas and some strategies that we're working through with Commissioner Charlie Arlinghouse and his team at DPW. Right now, the tram is evaluated regularly. It is safe for operation. We're looking forward to a wonderful fall foliage season, but we do recognize that pretty soon we're going to have a component that's irreplaceable because of its age. And so we need to come up with a plan sooner rather than later. It's a top priority of ours.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. So Cannon Mountain is skiing in the winter and the tram in the summer. And everything else is Franconia State Park.
Cannon Mountain is part of Franconia Notch State Park.
Right. But I guess I'm wondering why in the capital improvement fund, some of the money, not all of the money, is going to the Cannon Mountain ski area and tram. Some of it is going apparently to Franconia State Park. And you know where I'm coming from on this, which is the continuing higher skiing fees on the military and seniors. And so I'm just wondering why we're not spending all of the Cannon Mountain Capital Improvement Fund on either the ski area or the tramway. But some is apparently going to Franconia, not State Park.
No, so we are spending everything that is available at Cannon. So maybe it would be better said this way. Franconia Notch State Park resides on Cannon Mountain. On Cannon Mountain during the winter, we have ski operations on Cannon Mountain. And during the summer, the park is the primary function on that mountain. The tramway also exists on Cannon Mountain, and that functions primarily in the summer. It does not typically function for any kind of revenue generating purposes in the winter. All of the money being used through this bonding opportunity that exists is devoted to infrastructure that resides on Cannon Mountain. Now, it could be for winter operational needs, so, snowmakings, pumps, various types of infrastructure. It could also be used for other infrastructure that may be used during summertime. The statute itself instructs the revolving fund shall be used for capital improvements for the ski area and related state park facilities at Cannon Mountain. So it can be done for both, which is typically most of the time it's been used for the winter operations. That is where a lot of the infrastructure spending need to occur up on that mountain.
I can't think of a single project that the Cannon Mountain Advisory Commission has authorized for that is outside of the footprint of the Cannon Mountain ski area. Yeah. We don't do anything, down the road at the flume or the campground or anything. It's really strictly for snowmaking, lift maintenance, the tramway, the physical buildings that are part of the footprint of the ski area, like the lodges or the ski school facility, and other supporting infrastructure really within the footprint of the ski area, but not to the greater Franconia Notch State Park.
Yes, Bill.
Thanks. I appreciate that, but it seems like the statute would allow you to do that. And maybe we should look at that so that we didn't have to keep raising skiing fees on seniors by 20+% every year.
So our fees are really separate from the capital improvement fund in the sense that those are strictly being part of our operating funds to cover our operating costs, which is a separate budget. Now, you could make the argument that the more that we let something go and don't put it into our operating budget as far as like preventative maintenance or something, then that becomes a capital item, certainly. So I see your point there relative to that extra couple of words there within the statute saying another park related infrastructure. So that could be contemplated, but I can, our position has been that is really completely isolated to the components of the ski area. Okay. And other functions and infrastructure needs that we have throughout Greater Franconia Notch State Park, we would put through a capital budget request.
Other questions? Okay. All right, good. Now, does it really make sense to be in continuous debt here? Because you're saying that you can't borrow as much as you're paying in, right? You're always paying interest. So if you're just sitting on this 18 million allocated for this use, could we pay this off and gain some interest right now that we're not going to pay?
Well, first, I just want to make sure we're clear. The 18 million you're referring to, that's
For the tram.
for the tram. That was allocated through the budget process specifically for the purpose of investing in the tram refurbishment. The 6 million, I'm sorry, the $6 million that is bonded. Yes, if there was no debt on that bond and that $6 million was available, that could be used to support that project. That is true. Is that what you're
Right. So my
clarifying?
question
Okay.
is, well, maybe the other way to think about it is the interest we're getting on this 18 million greater or less than the interest we're paying on the 6 million in debt? Do we know?
The 18 million, if it was in the capital budget, would be borrowed when the project was started.
Oh, is it capital budget money?
Yeah.
Correct.
So it's.
Oh, it's not
sitting
yet. It's not yet borrowed.
there. No, it's not sitting there.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant that 18 million was allocated out of the operating budget.
But it only until it was needed, and then they would bond it.
Right. So it's in House Bill 25.
Right, right.
Yes.
Actually, this particular funding was in House Bill 2. It was in the trailer bill. It was not
See?
specified, but it was intended to be a capital.
Right. So
capital
it wasn't
investment.
borrowed.
It has not yet been borrowed. No, it has only been appropriated.
It will be borrowed.
If we can
So
ultimately,
it's
We
in
don't
one of
borrow
your
in House Bill 2.
operating
do we?
accounting units.
I'm sorry?
It's the appropriations in one of your operating
it is
accounting
one of
units.
it is in one of our operating.
So it's
account
sitting in
units.
pooled cash right now under the treasurer's cash accounts.
Right.
I'm sorry. Yes.
We do have it in cash.
Yeah,
It-
it's
it's
if
not
they got general
borrowed,
funds.
is the point, right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah. So it's not really typical capital budget dollars. If it's
Yeah.
coming from a House Bill 2 appropriation, it's likely
No,
general.
that you're,
fund.
you're correct. So yes, I stand correct on that. That it was allocated under an operating budget account. It was not allocated specific to the capital budget itself. That's correct.
Okay.
Right. It's just for a capital in nature type of
Yes.
item, but
That's right.
not capital budget funding. So yeah, it's
Actual
sitting in a
cash
bank
spent,
account
though.
earning interest with all of our other state funds. It is not isolated, so
Oh.
we wouldn't be able to tell you, exactly
I
what,
was thinking
but
it was capital budget. We don't
Right.
spend it till we need to.
Correct,
And we don't,
yes.
and then we borrow it and
All
bond
right.
it.
on a
So when
normal
when I
House Bill
talk to the
25.
state treasurer, I'll ask that question of her. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's go on. What's next here?
Well, I think we're going backwards.
We're going backwards.
Yeah, because we skipped the conservation plate fund, I believe. And then one.
Well, should we go
Several
forwards
after
to
them.
more state park type stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, is there, you're the only one who knows what state park stuff is.
Wow.
Parking
That's-
facilities.
You guys
Parking
can go in
faci-
any order you want. We'll keep up.
Okay. Parking facilities at Hampton Beach. Yeah. 105?
Hampton meters,
Yeah,
Okay.
page 14 in the handout.
Okay.
yeah, and that is a park thing,
Okay.
not a Canaan Mountain thing. but a
1,500
park thing.
spaces. Okay. So
And,
this is basically a source of revenue.
Yes,
yes,
for most of the other state parks.
It's a source of revenue, and it's also set up as a bonding payback mechanism as well too for the seawall along Ocean Boulevard at North Beach. There's been bonding projects for that in the past where out of this fund, $200,000 comes out each year to pay down the balance on that bond, and then the remaining funds would cover costs of the operating expenditures relative to our parking enterprise throughout the seacoast. I think it's worthwhile noting as well too that this operation, although it's or no, actually, I'm going to confuse things here now because although we have parking meters at other parks along the seacoast, this fund is specific to Hampton Beach State Park.
Is there also a pavilion there that's paid for?
That
Hampton Beach Pavilion?
well, the Seashell Complex. I don't know, Chris, that any of the capital projects of the Hampton redevelopment, that is not part of the bonding that this is. It's specific to the seawall, I believe. Is that?
Yeah, so the amount, and again, we have a situation where, for example, Fund ID 286, which is on page 27 of the handout, is called the Hampton Beach Capital Improvement Fund. Within this fund was created, and I believe it was around 2012, it was created to manage the debt service primarily on what was ultimately bonded and expended for the seawall effort. There is a residual debt service that still exists in there, although it has waned over the years. It's getting smaller and smaller. However, by statute requirement, Hampton Meters continues to contribute $200,000 a year directly out of its revenue earnings to fund the debt service within the Hampton Beach Capital Improvement Fund. Because that amount is far exceeding the amount of actual debt service incurred on a yearly basis within that capital improvement fund, the capital improvement fund has actually built a balance over the last few years. And in 2023, we actually used a substantial portion of that, close to $300,000, to fund some capital improvements. If Brian could elaborate, I don't remember specifically what it was.
Most of the things that we're funding on capital improvements relative at Hampton right now are storm damage response. So that is a challenge to keep pace with.
So Hampton Meters does support the capital improvement fund that was created for Hampton Beach in a fairly substantial way right now.
So are you saying the 200,000 should be adjusted to something else, something smaller?
No, I'm just merely pointing out that it exceeds the amount of debt service that is still being paid on the remaining amount of what was bonded.
Okay, but it doesn't. But you also have these other expenses for capital improvement, right? I mean, if you have to patch potholes or fix parking meters or something like that, right?
Yeah, as expenses come along, particularly in this case, as Brian pointed out, there's been significant storm damage issues that have occurred over the last few years. It has actually been a good thing to the extent that by building up a balance within this Hampton Beach Capital Improvement Fund, by putting $200,000 a year over there, against a debt service that is much less than that, we were able to leverage that built up balance to actually fund some capital infrastructure needs that needed to occur on the seacoast.
And not have delays on fixing the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there is an advantage to being able to do that.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
are you going to have to extend the seawall? Because those storms are going to keep coming.
I defer that question to Director Wilson.
Maybe not in our lifetimes, but perhaps someday. Yes, we every year we seem to have greater impacts, newer impacts. We're working very closely with the Department of Transportation. They have within their 10-year transportation plan a major redevelopment of Ocean Boulevard, and we're really working closely with that because it all contemplates realignment of the roadway in conjunction with the sidewalks and the seawall. And as you all know, we have a very narrow corridor there to be able to work with. It's not just the ocean side of the things, but we have the marsh to the west as well too, which is all part of the same system that continues to congest on everything there. So that's going to be a continued area of vulnerability for the state.
All right. So
Don't expect the 200,000 to go away.
Yeah, so what you're talking about, this annual debt service, that's this $80,000 roughly, I guess.
If you're referring to the
The
table
expenses.
under 286, yes.
Yeah,
On page 28,
on page 28. yeah.
yes. So the debt service is you can see it's slowly
Yeah.
incrementally decreasing every year. But yes, it's in the $80,000 a year range. It's actually down to 73, and we expect that to continue to trend until that debt service is paid, which means the $200,000 going into this account will just accrue as available funding to support capital improvements.
Now, do you have a more general capital fund for all parks?
Nothing more than the normal capital budget that we seek to have.
Oh, so you go to
approved.
House Bill
Yes.
25 and it
House Bill
gets the-
25, yes.
Right,
That's correct.
I see. Gotcha. Again, because I was thinking that if you had less here, you could have more for your regular park expenses, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I guess you could look at it in two different ways. I mean, it seems as though the need in both areas is great. So I'm not sure if I could qualify advantage or disadvantage either way. I would again defer to Director Wilson on that.
Are you suggesting that if the 200,000
was 150,
was 150,000, that extra would go back into our park fund or our operating budget, so to speak? Yes, but the mechanism, how it's currently set, works for us as just as well, I think, because there are Hampton Beach is one of our flagship parks, and there's always going to be infrastructure needs there. I think structurally how this was set up helps us kind of be able to be a little bit more nimble with that capital account to specifically address capital projects. Now, they are always going to be smaller in nature, of only just a few $100,000 at a time, probably, unless we somehow were able to go over a long period of time without having to access that at all. But our park revenue and the revenue streams are never going to be able to keep pace with both our operating expenses and the capital needs.
Okay. All right. So let's say we're done with whatever this one is.
It
Other
was,
questions? All right. So this is
there were two Hampton Beach things. Did we look at
286,
both?
right? Okay. So we
286.
finished 286.
That was 286.
That was 286. Why isn't it? Wait a minute.
Yeah, 286 is capital improvements and equipment for Hampton
So why isn't
Beach.
it in the spreadsheet?
It's in the spreadsheet under 286, page 5
Page 5.
at the top.
Right? No. All right. 286. Oh, okay. Sorry. Page 13 at the bottom. All right.
Oh, gee, your printout was different than mine, sorry.
better order.
Yeah, well, that would require rewriting the dedicated funds number.
Yeah, let's make a committee to do this.
And I already done that once.
All right.
We
So,
went from alpha to.
all right, we were on the parking meters. All right. So this was page 14.
Yeah.
Number
Well, if we
104.
go back to
All right.
where we haven't been before.
There's one more Hampton Beach. Let's do that
223
one.
on page 25 of the memo.
Two,
Hampton Beach Commission.
yeah, 223.
223.
Yeah. Provide
Okay.
funds for the master plan,
Okay.
gifts and donations.
Which is All right, it's page 25 of 36. And it's page 13 of this one. Gifts and donations. Hampton Beach Master Plan Fund. This is the town of Hampton and the state of New Hampshire.
With the state of New Hampshire. It's collaborative.
Okay.
Tracy Emmerich, I think, called me about this one, make sure it gets funded.
All right.
Yes, the Hampton Beach Area Commission does great work. It is a very important collaborative group with stakeholders, including DOT and DNCR and the town of Hampton, among others, that has worked to do the Hampton Beach Master Plan, which was really kind of the first phase to bring the realization of the redevelopment project that is Hampton Beach State Park now. Which is, was a catalyst for, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of economic impact and development in the Seacoast community. And they continue to do work now. They've started, they're collectively working on other resiliency plans, both, that the town of Hampton locally is doing, but also bringing back to, collaborate with the state agencies, mainly DOT and DNCR. As you can see here, their sources of funding are starting to dry up here, but so that I believe that they'll be looking for some additional appropriation at some point so they can continue to do their work. And our agency serves as sort of an oversight to the administrative functions of that.
All right. So this one, all right. So where did they get the 150,000 last year?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Yep. So this was related to money that was allocated again through HB2. It was made available for the purpose of conducting a feasibility study, which the money passed through this account. Or I'm sorry, was it the accessibility? Yeah, there was an accessibility and then a feasibility. Yes, that's correct. So both the $20,000 figure and the $150,000 figure were passed through the budget process.
And I believe there's a report due at the end of October, right, Brian?
Yes, they're currently working with us on the facilitation of the accessibility study, which was the result of legislation last year relative to the discussion about the construction of a pier at Hampton Beach. So that ended up turning into an accessibility study, which is nearing the end of their work.
So if we're just going to put stuff in the budget, why do we need a dedicated fund?
Well, this money was through us to this commission, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
Correct. The fundamental purpose of the dedicated fund was support through the Hampton Beach Master Plan efforts that, as I understand, are typically ongoing at any given point in time. This was just used, it was a mechanism that was available for them to put the funding in so they could perform these particular one-off actions, these studies that they wish to perform.
Yes, I'm sorry, Senator Rosen.
Well, following up on your question, we frequently make appropriations to departments that are passed through. Why do we need a dedicated fund for a feasibility study that's already been done and an accessibility study that's just about done? Why is the department recommending that we keep this fund?
Again, just to if I could clarify this, the receipt of those two amounts that were allocated through the budget process, the $20,000 for feasibility and the $150,000 for accessibility, those could also just as easily have been allocated to their own accounting units. They would have been created as an accounting unit, they would have been expended, they would have been gone. So you wouldn't even have seen them pass through this dedicated fund. So let's assume that were the case, there's still this dedicated fund which supports the Hampton Beach Master Plan effort. The reason why this fund should continue is because as long as there is a Hampton Beach Master Plan effort going on and an opportunity to fund those efforts, this dedicated fund will continue to serve its purpose as it was intended. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, except there's $197 in it. Which,
Yes, they were very vigorous in their spending in the last fiscal year. But that doesn't mean that there won't be new money and new donations, new revenue put into the account that ultimately will continue to be used for its intended purpose.
You can thank Nancy Stiles for that 9197. She likes to make sure that that commission has work to do and that there's consultants on hand to keep them all working towards the great work that they're doing.
But why is Hampton Beach it's not even a municipality, the only recipient of help with their master plan?
Because it's somewhat of a state park.
They have more traffic than any place else.
It's a town and it's a state park.
I started to go there once, and 2.5 miles away, the traffic was crawling. I turned around.
Yeah.
If it helps, we're really considered a fiscal agent under these circumstances. We're not really facilitating the purpose of the fund.
Okay. Are we happy with this one? More or less? All right. 223. Okay. All right, so that's it for Hampton Beach. Right? How about state parks? Well, we still have
There are probably a bunch of them
309.
still in here. For instance, yeah, there's 309.
on page 20. No. Page 29 of 36. At the bottom. State park gifts and donations. Nobody's giving us them.
Right. Well, there's been,
And we're not
nobody's
spending
spending.
anything either.
Yeah.
Chris, I don't know if I can defer to you on this one because I'm a little less familiar with the utilization of the history
Right.
here.
Yes.
Thanks.
So as you can see, the State Park Gifts and Donations account was established some time ago, obviously to receive gifts and donations from patrons. In recent years, there does continue to be a gift and donation effort that is ongoing for the park system. However, it appears that the way that we've set that up is it's part of the overall it's set up for patrons, non-patrons, anybody who wishes to donate to the park can donate directly to the state parks account. So in doing so, the mechanisms, for example, online donation giving, when they choose to donate, those money are funneled into the state parks account directly. So this account has been retained for the purpose of donations that are brought to us separately, typically for a specific purpose, something that somebody wishes to identify and thus donate for. So we haven't seen a lot of that activity, or we have not used this account for that activity in some time. I don't know if that's something that needs to be discussed internally as far as whether we should be leveraging the purpose of this account to clarify what types of donations would go into this account versus the receipt of donations that we're receiving directly from folks that go on, for example, buy admissions tickets or make park camp reservations, and at the same time say, yeah, plus I want to give $25 to the park. So it all just gets put in as part of their fees. It goes directly into the state park account, and we don't see it flow through this donation account.
Is there limits on how much those kind of donations can be?
There are no limits per se, but any donation over $2,500 also needs to be approved through the governing council process.
But that would be true in either case.
Yes.
Right. So maybe this isn't needed and we can just put the balance into the other account?
Directly into the state ski account. So it certainly would be possible. I'd defer to Director Wilson if he has an opinion about that one way or the other.
I think that seems like relatively benign action. I don't think that would have any big impact, right?
Yeah, I will say this is a relatively old. This is an old account. I think this was created at a time when donations primarily were people writing checks, giving cash, and now, of course, modern technology, donations can be made very easily, very quickly, and typically cash and checks are just not seen. So it may make sense at this point to consider eliminating this.
I had a political event and I had a friend who wanted to go, and he says, "How do I make a donation?" And I said, "Well, just bring a check." And he says, "I haven't written a check in 3 years." It's like, all right. Yes.
Well,
Representative Maloney.
so if we deleted this fund, it would lapse into which park account?
33.
Yes, it would
Part
go
B.
into the park account. It go into the 3702 is the actual account that maintains the park balance.
We have
3702.
point over here. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just real quick, it may have been set up because often donations come with a deed of gift, and they may have done that for tracking purposes. So let's say somebody gave a gift to fix the Hampton Beach, wall or something. I'm sure that the trust division would want to know that money was being tracked for that purpose.
Thank you. Yes, that would be another good example of why you would maintain a separate account. I'd be curious, and I guess, again, this might require just internal discussion. I haven't seen anything like that, and I've been here 10 years, so I'm not sure.
Apparently in 2021 and 2022, somebody gave $15,000 for a specific thing.
Yeah, a money donation. Yeah.
Well, you spent $15,000.
Yeah.
And then you raised 15,000. So that was a specific item, it looks like.
It likely, but I would have to go back and look specifically what that was. I'm not.
Could that have been trails donation?
No, it's before my time, so
Okay. I can get the history on that for you.
Okay.
If you'd like.
So maybe we keep the account but move the money. It's possible. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Yes, Representative Janigan.
So if this account goes away and somebody wanted to make a donation, where would it go?
So I can speak to that.
Okay.
And I thank you for asking that question, because I was going to make a point that although you're not seeing any activity here, we actually are seeing quite a bit of generosity out in the park system. Within the last couple of years, we've stood up multiple different ways of making donations. You can go on our website. There's a button right there that says make a donation. And so you can go through our online portal. There's the same system for our campground and day use reservation systems. We'll collect that. Additionally, at many of our park areas, particularly the ones where we don't charge a fee, we are, if you recall, kind of the old Iron Ranger green things where you would stick your money in the slot. We've been converting those to more advanced mechanisms with QR codes and other things. And within the last year, we're generating over $100,000 and online donations and donations from the field. So we're seeing that is being utilized and has been very effective in generating additional revenue for us. And we continue to try to expand that program, particularly into our trail network is where we're really thinking that there's some opportunity there now as well too.
Okay, well, that sounds good, because if there's other ways to donate, and I was going to suggest something on the website, which it sounds like you already have, then this does, in my opinion, seem like it's obsolete at this point.
Yeah.
Representative Mon.
The only reason I can see for keeping this is the difference between gifts and donations, and I never realized there was a difference. I thought it was just archaic language. But having this here, if anybody looks at those things, sends a message that nobody's giving anything. Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, we don't want, okay. Good. All right, so that's good. So where are we?
Are we at the end of
309,
state
yeah.
parks?
Um,
And did we overlook anything in between?
Yes, 108 is Mount Washington, and then there's
Oh, yeah.
a few others beyond that as well too.
Right.
All right, let's go to
Right.
108.
I separated Mount Washington as, I think, a cluster group.
That's on page 16 of 36.
Yeah, 108 and 167.
Mount Washington Commission.
So the 108, the Mount Washington Commission, this is sort of a unique one-off within the context of the greater park system, where a individual park, Mount Washington State Park, has under RSA its own oversight body and its own budgeting, its own budget mechanism outside of the state park account.
Yeah.
So is this the auto road, or is that?
Nope, it's it's the summit of Mount Washington is the state park. So we work very the members of the Auto Road and the Cog Railway and other summit partners like the Appalachian Mountain Club and the Mount Washington Weather Observatory are members of the Mount Washington Commission. So that collective body meets very routinely to work through their statutory requirements of kind of the oversight and stewardship of Mount Washington State Park. The funding.
And that commission has control of this account.
Yes.
Okay.
Like it's doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is one thing, the purchase from Dartmouth College ended in 2020, so it doesn't really need to be in the report.
Are you saying Dartmouth owns the?
Dartmouth owned it, which is something I was surprised to
Oh,
discover.
to Dartmouth.
Yeah.
Yes, I see.
From Dartmouth sold it
To us.
to us over a long period, and
I see.
that
A lot of money
ended in 2020. Yeah. they
Gotcha.
did. And they have a lot of money. They probably shouldn't have.
All right, I see. All right, so you don't see any need for changes in this area? Yeah. Anybody? Oh, yep, Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. There are not that many people on the commission. So I'm curious why the expenses are almost $2.5 million a year.
So the commission is sort of the advisory oversight body to the operation of the summit. So the summit facilities, the Sherman Adams building, the communication facilities that are at the summit, all of the staffing that goes on there. We have a wastewater treatment plant at the summit. So all of those operations are what the operating budget, that's where our expenditures lie. And then similar to the state parks and Cannon Mountain, it is set up to be self-funded in nature. So all of the retail operation at the summit that the State Park Division manages, concessions, food, sweatshirts, everything that you can imagine at the store at the summit, in addition to leases that come in for communication services, and also leases with like the weather, the Mount Washington Observatory, the Auto Road, agreements with the COG. All of that revenue helps offset the cost to operate and manage the summit.
So it's not just funding the commission.
No, yes, yeah, the
Got it.
commission's funding
Thank you.
is very, very simple. You know, they get refreshments at their meetings and mileage reimbursement maybe, and that's probably the extent of what the cost of that group is. Yeah.
Do they meet at the summit?
We are meeting at the summit this Friday, actually. If you want to come, then we're going to be in the Tip Top House. Might be a little chilly, but we generally meet off-site. But once a year, they do like to try to get to the summit when the conditions are allowable. So.
All right.
But unlike your meeting, Dan, they apparently have refreshments.
Aha. All right. Well,
That's related because Tip Top House is also at the summit. That's related to a private fund for the Tip Top, which is 110.
right.
Oh, no, 15067.
All right. So we've been going 2 hours. Shall we take a break of 7 minutes or something for bio break or get a drink? Or
How much longer are we gonna go?
I think we're.
10's too long,
I can
5's
count
too
it up
short? I
while
don't
we're
know.
away, but I think we've covered a lot of it.
Okay. We'll take a short break. All right.
But we haven't gotten into libraries and things like that yet.
And if you don't want to take a break, we can.
Grade 11. Damage and loss. No, no, I don't think there's anything I need on that, so I think you're good. Yeah.
You don't have any damage.
Probably, but
I'm sure you do.
All right, let's resume here. Okay. All right. I think we are on fund number 60.
Well, you were going to go back to Tip Top first.
Oh, back to Tip Top since we're on Mount Washington?
Yeah.
Okay, where was that? Tip Top.
143 in the big one.
When, yeah, fund number 167? Is that it? Tip Top House? Which
Yeah,
is,
167.
yeah. So it's page 18 at the bottom of 36. All right. No expenses, no revenue.
A little revenue.
A tiny amount of revenue. Okay, tell us about this one.
Okay, I'll let Brian talk about it, but just a little background. We're currently in a phase of freshening up the Tip Top House. It's such an attraction when you go up to Mount Washington, especially if it's a cloudy day and you don't have a view. It's something else to do when you're up at the top. It's an original structure. And so we have invested some resources into sort of freshening it up, rewiring it, and creating more of a museum experience in this little building. And so I just wanted to point out that I'll let Brian speak to this specific fund, but we might be in a position to spend a little bit of money here and there to continue our reopening efforts at the Tip
Right,
Top
and
House.
also it says this is a trust fund.
Yes.
So we really can't do anything with it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the original donation to establish the trust was $20,000 with it, and so we can't spend down below that principal amount. So as it says, our strategy has been to let it interest accrue for a few $1,000s over a course of a few years, and then we'll do a project or two there. But I also think that there's an opportunity here with additional donations as a possibility that once we realize kind of the revitalization of it and kind of the reopening of it here, that we have a mechanism here to hopefully generate some more philanthropy at the summit.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Yeah. Shall we go back to number 110, which is,
Number 60.
well, no, this is the
110 is the.
snowmobiles. Yeah.
OHRV and snowmobiles. Is that part?
That is under the Division of Parks and Recreation, yes, as well, our Bureau of Trails. So these funds come by way of registration fees for snowmobiles and OHRVs pass through the Fish and Game to us for the administration of some of our grant and aid programs. So essentially portions of those funds go that are collected go back directly out to the clubs and the groups who are cooperatively managing those resources with us.
What does unrefunded gas tax mean?
You haven't had to deal with that yet?
Yeah, that's a source of funding that actually comes over from safety. We get a portion, I believe we get 1/3 of the total amount that is collected.
Because it's not used on roads.
Yeah.
It's used by off-road vehicles, so we shouldn't pay the road.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's an approximation of how much there is.
Yeah, they give it back for boats, snowmobiles, and off-road stuff.
Gotcha. Because they pay the gas tax when they buy their gas. Right? I see. Okay. Yeah.
Deal with the right marina, they take care of it.
Now, so this one's been gradually growing, it looks like. Are you saving for a particular purpose or?
Well, this is a particular fund that is used primarily, a large portion of it is used to fund the grant and aid program, but it also does cover all of the administrative costs of running the Bureau. So it has been building, but again, we have certain limits. That is to say, we're funded by Fish and Game for a certain amount of money. That's all that we're able to receive. That's how much is given out. So if we maintain control of expenses well, then the balance does continue to build.
I guess I'll just add, the price of maintaining these trails has increased dramatically. I'm learning so much about culverts in this job, and engineering, and it's not the same as, you know, the 1980s. The snowmobile club could fix a bridge together over a weekend. These storms and the usage really creates expensive projects. So it is important for us to have flexibility in how we're spending this. The recent storms this past year in several spots in New Hampshire have created damage on trails that is really upset a lot of people, and we're trying our best to prioritize them. But it's not as easy and simple as it used to be. Also, I don't know, this is a snapshot, so a lot of the funds that come through this account, we go through and we kick back as much as we can to the trails. So, we're not always sitting on a
Right,
lot
it
of
looks
money.
like you're getting ready to do a
Yeah.
whole bunch of projects this year because you encumbered 4 million plus bucks when you previously had only been $1 million a year.
I remember one interesting thing that we were building a bridge, and okay, it doesn't need to be quite as strong as when it had railroad going over it, so why are we spending so much? Well, that's to take care of the cable that runs through the railroad right away. Well, why don't we charge them? The cable company, the phone company, whoever it was. Well, when we bought the right of way from the railroad, we didn't buy the contract on the right of way for the phone company. So the railroad still collects from them for the right of way, but we have to maintain it. Who put us in that deal? I don't know. They should be replaced, but they're long gone.
Okay. Are you in control of snowmobile registration fees? Or not?
No,
Or
that's
is that
Fish and Game.
statute?
Fish and Game.
Fish and Game.
Oh, Fish and Game, okay. I see. And they only give you a portion, is that right?
Correct.
I see. Okay. Other questions?
Oh, it
No?
works.
It works, we're happy? Okay. All right, that's 110. So now do we want to go back to 60?
Yeah.
All right. All right, we'll go back to Fund 60, Accounting Unit 3405.
What's the name?
It's called Conservation Plates.
Okay.
And this one is on page 8 of 36.
So this fund, as you know, is distributed among several agencies. And the conservation fund predates the the reconfiguration of this agency. So there's an allocation to the cultural, and there's an allocation to DNCR, or to what is now DNCR. So there's a long history of how each division has set up their granting process for this fund. It's been incredibly successful. We do, as a state, spend, I think, $50,000 a year on marketing for this, and that's paid off in dividends, which is fantastic.
Everybody gets some money.
I didn't know we had a state conservation. I'm almost opposite. Is it the nonprofit?
No. The commission that oversees, is there a specific commission that oversees this fund?
Yeah, are you talking about the State Conservation Committee, one of the recipients of the funding? Yeah, there's a committee that is convened that also, that I believe runs the management of the fund.
And do you have a way of telling what percentage goes to each of these groups? Or is it variable by year? I didn't have that on, sorry.
Yeah, it's actually fixed in statute. So it started out, we receive 40% of the distribution. The Fish and Game Department receives 20%. And the State Conservation Committee and New Hampshire Land and Community Investment Authority, I believe they each get 20%, or one gets 20 and one gets some amount. So yes, but it's defined in statute. It's very specific. Before we were combined between the Department of Cultural Resources and DRED, we were each receiving 20%. So when we were brought together as Natural and Cultural Resources, we now receive 40%. So we do still get the same amount that was allocated before we were separate.
So why is there even a balance here? You would think a certain amount came from the plates, you're getting 40% goes here, 20 goes there, et cetera, and then it would be gone, right?
Yeah. Oh, so you're talking about the table?
Yeah.
Okay, so this table only depicts the funds that are coming into our department. This is not a depiction of the entire
I see.
plate fund for the state.
Gotcha.
We can only speak to what we're managing. So we have, yes, we've been spending and receiving healthy amounts. It has continued to grow. We just received a distribution actually yesterday of $1.2 million, for our agency alone. So that will be distributed within the agency, and then of course I'm sure there are lots of plans to spend those funds.
Yeah, each of the divisions work with their staff to stand up granting opportunities. If I could turn to the team, Ben, you do a pretty aggressive job pushing out these grant dollars. Can you give an example of?
So we've been spending over the last, Ben Wilson, Director of the Division of Historical Resources. We've been spending over the last about 4 or 5 years, $260,000 in grants to local municipalities. Those range about between $10,000 and $20,000 a piece.
Get a bandstand restored in my town.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Okay. So I see. So the point is, you can't sort of simply put this in your parks fund or something, right? Because it has to be used for these kinds of things, right? From the statute. Okay. All right. Very good. Other questions? No? All right. We're happy with this one. 68, since we're on historic barns. Next one.
So this fund was set up several years ago to administer a grant program from the National Park Service. And it was geared towards sending grants out for the restoration of agricultural buildings. So barns, blacksmith shops, chicken coops, carriage sheds, those kinds of things. Everything but the farmhouse. Those monies were spent, and there has not been another grant program from the National Park Service since. During that time, the Barn Committee was set up and to this day meets quarterly and does an annual trip to a farm or multiple farms in the month of July to go through a property, help out a homeowner, farm owner with advice on how to repair, restore their buildings or care for them, or come up with adaptive reuse. Barns and agricultural buildings in the state are the rural versions of our mills in our cities and larger towns. And so at the time that grant fund was created at the National Park Service at the national level, it was recognized that we were losing these buildings from our landscape at an alarming rate. And it was very successful. I wish the Park Service would step up again and do it again. And if we were to receive funds, this is where they would be parked.
So this committee doesn't have any expenses, or you
No.
pay for them out of something else?
There's no expenses. We aren't allowed to
They
supply.
don't get snacks at their meeting.
I was going to say we don't allow snacks or bottles of water
Or
things like that.
mileage or anything? Or mileage to go to the barn?
There's no mileage. No,
It's a
this is
frugal group.
Okay,
very. They're farmers.
Yeah. farmers.
okay. So maybe we should get rid of this one?
Oh, and there's one other thing it says it's doing. It says that they are preparing to publish a second edition of their book on how to restore barns.
Yes. So John Porter, who used to be with UNH Extension, in their dairy and goat side of their business, he was the author with other folks editing of the first New Hampshire barn book. That has since the second edition actually has been published.
Yeah.
And we're collecting funds that go into a different account actually to support further publishing of that book and edits to that for a third edition, probably within the next 4 to 5 years.
Does any of this go for covered bridges?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay. So,
We ought to leave it alone in case another grant comes.
you think so?
And if we took it away, why would these people keep driving around visiting? I mean, they're providing a good service for free for somebody. So
That's true, and we do hope that that there will be an opportunity to have grant funds for this purpose or a similar purpose.
All right. Representative Janigan.
Is there, you just said you hope to have some more grant funds. Is there a website or is there something pointing people to it? Because, you know, if there's something that excites people about it, they may donate, but if they don't know about it, nothing's going to happen.
So on the I believe it's on the Travel and Tourism website. One of the products that our committee worked very hard on over the last 2 years is creating a barn tour. So much like a cheese tour or an ice cream tour in the state. We've developed, there's a website and an actual map that you can get from Travel and Tourism that guides you to various barns that are in the public domain that can be viewed and toured or might have an interpretive panel outside of them. So again, this is another instance where you have volunteers doing good work and producing something for the betterment of the state, I think. And we did receive from the Department of Agriculture a $3,000 grant that didn't go into this fund. It had to go through Travel and Tourism to support that website and printing of the barn tour map.
I mean, it sounds like a potentially interesting tour, but it looks like nobody has donated in the last 4 years. Is there any way that we can, I mean, you're saying there's a website where somebody could, but is there anything else you think could be done to get people?
They probably don't have the QR code on the booklet, right?
That's
to put money in this fund, you know?
Because nobody
Well, the website may not have a button either.
Yeah.
the new administration may have a more active Department of Agriculture. You can always hope.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
can the website be enhanced in a way that, you know, makes it more obvious that people can donate?
And which is a great question. We have been working closely with Travel and Tourism to update that website landing page and to I don't believe we have a donation button on that, and that's certainly would be a great idea. And this could be a place where those monies could go.
It seems to me like it very well could be successful because there's still plenty of people that enjoy looking at historical sites, and it sounds interesting. I mean, I think directing eyeballs to that point where they can donate, I think, you know, might work.
It's a great idea.
Okay. Yeah, I could call Lori Harnois and ask her about the brochure. All right, so we'll leave this for now. Is that the consensus?
Yes, sounds good.
Yes, okay. All right, next one. Now we got the State Library. 101. Page 10, yep.
And it's hidden under the name Automated Information Systems.
Yeah.
Michael, can you put your microphone on and then you can give a summary?
My name is Michael York. I'm the director of the Division of Libraries, also state librarian.
Excuse me, you probably need to pull that microphone closer to you.
Spell your last name.
York.
Just
Y
like
O
the,
R K.
just like the state.
Like new.
No, I know it's somebody's-
The state library provides services to the 234 public libraries in the state. 75% of our libraries are in communities that serve fewer than 7,500 people, so they are by definition resource challenged. And so the state library, for many years, has provided services that can't be provided by anybody else in the state. Interlibrary loan is a key element of this because many of our libraries can't afford to purchase materials. And now we have the ability with the sophisticated automation systems that we have to identify the holdings of all of these libraries. So we have what's known as a union catalog of holdings that has almost 3,000 records, 3 million records in it that identifies materials and who owns them. We also provide the transportation system that moves materials from one to another. We often get the question, why isn't all of this stuff digitized? Well, it's being digitized, but people are still primarily reading printed word on paper and will for a while. But for the time being, we have lots of libraries relying on that. And that's why we built the New Hampshire Automated Information System, known as NAIS, in 1984. Part of that is that there is a provider that we use that has that provides the metadata that's necessary for these materials to go into, for the information to go into this automated information system so that the libraries can find the materials. And as you can imagine, that's not an inexpensive service. The last time we replaced our automation system, it cost us $2.5 million. So we do charge for some services. We don't charge for the transportation of the materials, for example. But if libraries want additional records, we charge them. And that's what this dedicated fund is for. You can see that there was a large expenditure in 20 and 21. That was because that's when we were replacing our system and putting in the new system I mentioned that cost us $2.5 million. So we do need this. We do need this fund in order to take in the funds that we get from the libraries and to, on occasion, spend money for services that the libraries use.
Well, it doesn't look like you're getting any funds from libraries, right? There's been no
Well, that's-
income
it-
for
it's-
3 years.
Right. It's down because of the digitization of things. We used to provide actual catalog cards to libraries, and we don't do that anymore. So that's why the service is down. There are very few libraries that do that.
Right, but the revenue, are you saying money gets transferred from those libraries, or?
They were transferring money to us for those cards, but they don't anymore.
They don't do that anymore. I see. So what were these big numbers allocations from the general fund?
No, those were We also set up a system known as NAYS Local, and it was to help the smaller libraries actually purchase an automation system. Many of our libraries were not able to do that. In the Manchester area, all of the libraries have a system. But in Errol, they're challenged to try and get an automation system. So we set up this additional service called NAYS Local, which helped those libraries get that. And they had to pay for it. The advantage was it was much cheaper for them to do this through us than it was for them to do it on their own.
Yes, Representative Wyman.
You already have a separate appropriation for the state library, is that correct? I think you're the head of that.
Yes.
So that's a separate appropriation. It's not
What-
included in here.
Correct. Not in this.
Yeah.
Not in this fund.
Yeah. So state library is still alive and well and supported through other appropriations. Is that correct?
Correct. We can use more.
Can't we all? Thank you.
Representative Janicki.
So, I mean, to me, the obvious question is, with no revenue, a balance down to 4,900, how can this fund continue to operate?
Well, you're right. It has diminished over time, but I don't see any need to do away with it just because the funds are low. We may have something that we'll need in the future.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting getting rid of it. I'm just saying it's going to become ineffective unless you have a plan for how new revenue is going to come into it.
And one of the things that we are doing is trying to bring more of the smaller libraries into our organization that helps them purchase an automation system.
And how do they get help purchase? Where does that money come from?
Oh, it comes from the local community.
Okay.
We're providing the expertise that they don't have, quite frankly, to purchase that. But the funds come from the individual communities. We
Correct.
currently have 22 libraries that are part of this consortium of libraries.
So if a new one came along, would the money they spend go into this fund and then you would pay the vendor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But I'm confused because if you have 22 libraries now in this consortium, why is revenue still zero?
Because what we're paying for is the initial cost to set these up. They have to take their data and convert it. There's a cost associated with that. They have to make the initial payment to the vendor for the training, et cetera, that goes on. I mean, we've gotten to a point where we're not getting many more libraries. That's correct. So we may need to rethink this.
Have the 22 been in there for a while?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why there's no new activity.
We set this up in 2015, I think.
So I guess I still don't understand how you're going to get new revenue.
Well, if we had another library join, there would be the need to provide them with services and for instance, to convert their data. It would cost them a certain amount for each record that they need to convert into a machine readable format. Because many of these libraries, quite frankly, had the old-fashioned card catalogs. And now that data has to be converted, and they can't do it and we can't do it. You usually have to hire, the vendor will take care of that as part
So
of
then
this.
you don't anticipate any expenses?
No.
Okay. I guess I looked at 22 and 23 and saw $50,000 in expenses. I thought with 5,000 left, but if there's no additional expenses right now, you don't need revenue.
Right.
At this point. Okay.
Are the software maintenance expenses for NAIS just part of your regular budget?
For our system, they are.
Yeah.
But for the systems that we have helped for the libraries that we've helped join our service, they take
They
take
pay
care
their
of
own,
those
directly to the
costs.
vendor.
Directly to the vendor.
I see. All right. Senator Rosenwald.
You. Does the state library system have any relationship with the university system libraries and the community colleges? Are they part of the databases?
Well, they are part of our interlibrary loan network. So for example, if you go to the basement of our library, you'll see that we have a depot there for transferring materials from one library to another. And all of the college libraries are in that system. So if Dartmouth is lending a book to the Manchester City Library, it comes through us. And they also have the ability to go onto our catalog and find out who owns these things. There's not as close a relationship as we would like with the university system, but they have a different role than we do, quite frankly.
So who pays for the physical transport of books from Dartmouth through the state library to somebody in Hollis?
The state library, primarily using our federal funds. We receive about 1.5 million a year from the Institute of Museum and Library Services. This money is given to us after we develop a 5-year plan, which they accept, and then we use, and a major component of our 5-year plan for the last 25 years has been to maintain this interlibrary loan network, because it's critical to the citizens in New Hampshire because of the unique rural character of our state. We're a little different than a lot of states because
I
we
wouldn't
have
have
very,
gotten through graduate school without it.
what's that?
I wouldn't have gotten through graduate
Right.
school without
Right.
interlibrary
Our state is a little
loan.
different in terms of library services because we still have 234 independent libraries run by their own board of trustees and their own administration. It makes things a little clunky.
It really is like Santa's workshop in the basement of the state library on any given day, with various van drivers coming with their bins, putting things together, putting things away, and they've really formed wonderful relationships with the local librarians because they know when the van comes, they have the books that have been requested by their patrons. But with running that process, you get to understand a little bit about what readers in New Hampshire are into. And I asked recently what are readers in New Hampshire looking for right now? And apparently it's Amish romance. I'll leave it at that.
Should we leave this one for another 5 years, and if it becomes no activity at all, then we'll get rid of it? Does that make sense?
Well, if someday the technology changes again, they're gonna need that, I suppose.
Right, but they'll probably get a capital budget allocation rather than this. But yeah, who knows? Does that make sense? Yeah, we're happy? All right. Next one is 102, the next page, books. Damaged books. Yeah. Lost and damaged. Yeah.
This is a standard practice of all libraries. We're more than willing to lend materials to the patrons in our communities, but we expect them to return them in as close to the initial state that they took it out as possible. And when that doesn't happen, I have to send a registered letter, according to the statutes. It's against the law to retain a library book longer than the time that's been assigned to you. We don't like to do this. It's not good public relations, obviously. But We do have the statute to back us up that if somebody has not returned a book and we've made a good effort to try and get it back from them, that we can then charge them the cost of the book and also the cost to process that book to put back on the shelves. And that's why we have this damaged and lost book account.
Senator Gray?
The way you worded that, it sounded like you didn't want to send certified letters anymore.
I never like to send the certified letters.
Well,
'cause
the
it's-
certified letter is probably going to cost you, what, $4 to $8?
Oh, well, I guess I misspoke. I don't mean a certified. I mean a letter that clearly indicates that we know that they've still got the book. So we send a letter to them, and I cite the statute that says they're not permitted to retain library books unless we've authorized them to do so. And then most often we get the books back. So that's why we have this in place. And as I say, this is a standard practice in the library field to make people aware that they have to pay for materials that they damage.
So you've had a significant shortfall the last 3 of the last 4 years in terms of expenses exceeding revenue. Do you need to charge more for these lost books than you are?
Well, I think that could be for a number of reasons. One being that people are better about returning books, or that people are not borrowing as much as they used to. We're not really, I always try to make it clear, we're not a public library. Our collection doesn't reflect, the commissioner mentioned Amish romances. I don't believe you'll find an Amish romance in the New Hampshire State Library collection. What you will find are the statutes. You'll find all kinds of material that supports state government and information that we think that the patrons, and in this case, the citizens in the state of New Hampshire, would find interesting. We don't have a large medical collection, obviously. We don't have a lot of literature or novels. You won't find bestsellers in our collection. And candidly, more people are getting their materials through Amazon and lots of other sources. So I think that's a reason why you would find that our revenue would be down. We're not losing as much as we've lost.
It's not a revenue issue. It's just the expenses seem fairly great, right? So you have revenue of $1,500, $1,200, $1,300, but you've got expenses of $3,000, $8,000, right? So if you had 2 more years like this year, the fund will be empty.
Wait and see.
Right. Again, our purpose for having this is just the mechanism to put the money into a fund so that we can use it to actually replace the book.
Yeah.
We don't think that and it could be that the book is not going to be replaced. Either it can't be because it's no longer available from a jobber, or it's something that we don't think fits with our collection development policy, or it's antiquated in some ways. So so again, we've set this up just so that we can collect
All right.
from
Representative Janigian.
Yeah, I'm just along that same line of questioning. Obviously, 2024, the expense is more than double what it's been. Do you know why that jumped up to 8,500?
I don't have an answer for that off the top of my head.
It's just, if you want to continue to rely on this fund, you might consider charging more or spending less, one or the other. Okay. We're not going to get rid of this one, so, we're happy. All right, let's go on to the next one. Okay. There's one more library one. Why don't we do that one? 179. On page 19 of 36. Donations and gifts. Family Resource Connection, Genealogy, and Talking Book. This is interesting.
Right. The Family Resource Connection no longer exists. That was a unit within the state library that we set up in 2000, I believe. And so it's no longer there. We have an extensive genealogy collection, and we provide services to the term used to be the blind and physically handicapped. It's now the print disabled. So, again, we use this to accept gifts that we get. And Talking Books, quite frankly, receives a lot of attention. A lot of people rely on our Talking Books service. We have about 2,500 clients in New Hampshire, and we're doing most of the services of this type for the blind and print disabled. And it's not uncommon. I get letters all the time from family members talking about how important the service was to their relative, their father, their mother. And we have an absolutely fabulous staff. You know, somebody will call up ostensibly because they want to borrow a book. They want a book from, we send them a catalog, and then we send them the flash drives. These are all provided by the Library of Congress. This service has been around for almost 100 years. It was started in the early 30s. So we will have people call up ostensibly because they want to borrow a book or they have a question, but really they just want to talk to somebody because they haven't talked to their son or daughter for a time. So our staff almost acts like counselors, quite frankly, and they do an outstanding job. And so it's not unusual for us to get named in people's wills because they are appreciative of the services that we've provided. The Talking Book service in New Hampshire has been in place for 50 years. Still going strong. We have changed with the times. We're now using, we started off with vinyl discs. The Library of Congress didn't go to CD-ROMs. They went to cassettes and didn't change to the CD-ROM. What they finally did was to develop an inexpensive way through flash drives to do this. So, Talking Books is located up on the hospital grounds in the Dollop Building.
Sounds like
Senator.
this may be one for at least an update in the statute, you know, so that you can take out your family resources and other things. So
That's what I was thinking. I'll check the article. But obviously,
let them do it, Dan, because he's going to know better than you.
yeah. Okay. So, why don't you look at this RSA 201-A:10 and see if the language needs to be modernized or whatever. But clearly, we want to keep this on. Okay. So let's go back to 103, I guess. Is that the last one? Art.
Hi there, Adele Cecilia. I'm the director for the Division of Arts.
There you are. Okay. Yeah.
Sure, Cecilia, SICILIA. That's okay. I'm sorry. I mean, gotcha.
All right. So 0.5% of the first $15 million goes to art. Right?
This
Yes.
seems universal everywhere. I could tell you stories of strange things that passed for art in the new airport in Denver.
Hmm.
You know, the hundreds of
Different
millions of
cultures,
dollars
different
for
heritages. Yeah.
They're even spending money on everything. So one of them was have these frames that go from one to another.
Yes.
Someone has these little spinners on the wall, like they came out of a dryer or something.
Huh.
So when the wind forced by the train going forward spins these things. This is visual art.
Yes.
And as you drive up to the airport,
The
somebody
Mustang.
left a rusty tractor
Oh.
there and piles of hay. That's fence lines art.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody paid money.
They've got a Mustang out there too with like blue illuminated eyes. Yeah.
This is what passes for art.
So
In Denver.
to a good point, Adele, can you remind us how we select the artist for Percent for Art? What is our role?
Sure,
Don't we
it-
involve the local community? And...
It's a matter of committees, usually the developer, certainly the architect for the program, city planner, if they choose to, as well as invitations to local community members to contribute to what they feel is reflective of their community and where the art will be placed.
Okay.
Do an airport, there's a lot of money that has to be spent. Difficult. I remember Logan had some of the floors you walked on.
Yeah, the like,
Black thing,
yeah.
Floor inlaid like a fish or something.
We'll see what plans Ted Kitchens has later then, if they have to do a renovation over there in Manchester.
Something to look at.
Yeah, hopefully something to make you smile. You remembered, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to get some new art for our room down here. I've been looking at the same two ugly paintings for 12 years. You know,
You're gonna probably have to talk to the State House Committee about that, but
Yeah.
also we do have an art bank that offers a rotation of 5 different pieces.
I looked
so-
at it once, but I didn't care for the 8 choices or whatever were there. Anyways, all right. So this is strange because you only got revenue 2 of the past 5 years. I mean, doesn't the state do more construction than that? It seems like we do construction all the time, right? So.
Not necessarily qualifying in that, and they may not need new pieces, depending on if there's existing ones. Because if we are using something like that, then we wouldn't need to purchase or commission new works.
No, but just revenue. Isn't the revenue supposed to be 0.5% of the first 15 million of all construction of a new building?
I don't know. I haven't thought about enforcing it. Yeah.
Sure,
Interesting what
but we're building all the time, aren't we?
You never know. Some cement inlays can always be possible.
I mean, we've got the new parking garage here, right?
Not yet.
What's that?
I was gonna ask about. Yeah.
Well, what is that? That's 10 million.
Right now it's a swimming
And is it the city or is it us?
It's a major addition. All right. Anyways, go ahead,
Thank
Senator.
you. Are the artists selected always New Hampshire artists? Or does some of the art get commissioned or
It is
purchased from out of state?
almost always New Hampshire, but I can't say exclusively, particularly over the course of our history, but that New Hampshire artists are prioritized for these sorts of things.
Thank you.
Hmm.
So you're regularly buying things, but you're very rarely getting new money.
Regularly, but I'm sorry, I didn't
You're
understand the
regularly
question, sir.
spending out of this account, but but you're rarely getting new. I mean, let's put it this way: in the past 5 years, you've spent $75,000 more than you've gotten, right, or something like that, more than that. Because it started in 2020 at $244,000, and now you're down to 105.
There's
go
like
ahead.
municipal court buildings that might not be that expensive.
Hillsborough County, yeah.
County
another
court
one.
buildings. There was one in Milford recently.
Yeah, there was also the dam building.
Oh, the dam building.
That was also.
We didn't build.
Yeah.
Mm.
In which case we wouldn't do a percent per art.
Youth facility building is being paid for with ARPA funds. So that wouldn't qualify because it's not part of the capital budget.
There is a former art percent for art piece in the Sununu Youth Services Detention Center.
Yeah, to answer your question, Senator, by statute, the ARPA funding would not be eligible under this.
yeah.
This is strictly capital state funding.
Yeah, but most of House Bill 25, you would think this would be part of. No?
Do local schools qualify?
No.
No, it's the city level or local
Right.
or state government, you know.
Like Portsmouth has their own
Well,
percent
yeah.
for art for their own projects in Portsmouth.
All right, well, I'm gonna,
And
I'll ask the comptroller about why the revenue is so low.
are you allowed to, yes, you've got repairs to pieces of art owned by the state. And there's a lot of work just in the State House been going on, spending money on making the portraits look like what they were when they started.
How many more do we have to go through? I want to leave by 4:30.
Okay, I think we're getting close. All right, so this one, no change, right? Except I'm gonna ask a question elsewhere. All right,
Next one,
okay. So we have 190 and 240 left. And a couple more in the
Yeah,
allocation.
we
All right,
do.
so 190. Firefighter, auto parts, etc.
very interesting project.
We got several for Connecticut Lakes.
No, it's just before Connecticut Lakes.
I think we're talking about 190 on page 20, and I'm looking at Patrick and Brian. This is Bear Brook,
Yeah.
the
depot.
Supply Depot Inventory Fund.
Right, so this is for the funding of firefighting tools and equipment for municipalities. We have a relationship with, excuse me, the towns to supply them with tools for firefighting. It goes also with the training relationship that our rangers have with the towns. Yeah, so that's basically the purpose of it.
And what's the source of funds?
Turnover of inventory.
If I may, the source of the way that this account is on, the source of funding is essentially reimbursement. So in other words, we carry this account for the purpose of making available to municipalities the firefighting equipment and other equipment they need. They go ahead and purchase it, or they go ahead and take it. We bill them for it, and then they reimburse it.
Okay. And you have it for sale at less than they can just go to the vendor for?
I believe it's at cost for them.
Yeah.
And the negative balances are due to selling things just before the end of the year.
Correct,
and
timing
not
of
getting
reimbursement.
reimbursed yet.
Yes.
Right. Right, but my question is, why can't they simply go to the vendor and get the equipment? Why is the state involved?
Statutory requirement.
It's somewhat specialized tools and equipment, and I think it's because it's unique to fighting fires. It's a partnership that we have with the towns. As I said, we provide them with training, so providing them with tools and equipment makes sense to by going through us.
Okay. I mean, do you bulk purchase these things and therefore get a better deal, maybe, or?
Don't know if they bulk purchase, but that is one of the responsibilities of our Bear Brook. So we have a headquarters at Bear Brook State Park, and our site manager there works with our bureau chief, the Forest Fire Protection, and they order based on need. The towns put in orders for equipment needs, and then they order that way.
I see. Okay. All right. Any other questions? No, we're happy. All right. Number 240. Can-
219.
Oh, sorry. Did we do not do 219? 219,
219,
220, and
yeah.
221 are all similar. Yeah. All right. Let's do 219 then.
Yes, all three of these are funds, trust funds. There is a principal balance. The balances have produced, the investments have produced a lot of earnings over the years. We were spending for quite a long time a very limited amount to not exceed the amount of what was being earned on the fund. Then in recent years, in the last 3 or 4 years, we've gone ahead and leveraged the value of the earnings that were accrued over a long period of time, and we have spent down a substantial portion of that amount. We cannot go below the principal balance for each of these funds, all of which support stewardship of the Connecticut Headwaters area in their different capacities as described. But we're at a point where we've spent a significant amount down to the principal balances. We cannot exceed those principal balances. And at this time, probably will be finished by the end of the year with most of the earnings that have been made available, in the hopes that over time they will grow through the investment and be made available in the future.
Well,
For
but
additional
these
spending.
pages make it look like there is no balance.
Why don't you show a beginning balance?
Well, we don't maintain, I know, and that's kind of confusing. The way that they're maintained on the accounting books in the state is essentially they only show what is spent and then what we draw from the fund to pay back those expenses. So it essentially always looks like same in, same out, which is essentially what happens on the accounting books. But the trust fund statements themselves are not published as part of the state's accounting, and therefore they're not depicted in this document as such. But I can provide for you information on the trust fund balances themselves, showing the principal amount, the additional amounts available, and what is left to be spent.
You did in all your other trust funds. You showed the value of the trust.
Yeah, in the case of those trusts, well, again, we're not really depicting the value of the trust fund itself. We're depicting the activity that is available for spending against
Just
what is
seem
available.
consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, the many of the trust fund accounts that are shown in this document do not actually show the principal balance that is being used fundamentally to fund what you're seeing here.
Yeah, we'd like these
what I'm-
pages to be more complete. Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that some other accounting system is holding the balance of the fund, and they're transferring to you at the appropriate time the interest,
The state treasury maintains the funds.
which is consistent with what we've done in other things.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, please make these more complete or get us the other information. So we'll leave these open. Yeah. Okay. Representative Janegian.
I guess, yeah, I just have a question about the fact that I understand you can only spend as much as comes in. But for example, in the last year, 5,600 came in, 5,600 got expended. I mean, is that
No, we're
getting
not,
done what
we're
you
not
need to get
limited
done?
to spend, in these particular trust funds, we're not limited to spending only what has been earned on the funds. For a period of time, we were limiting ourselves to that. But in the last few years, we have actually been spending more than what has been earned on them because those earnings were accumulated over a long period of time and are available for us to spend. We have found a need to invest fairly heavily in a lot of the maintenance needs that support the Connecticut Lake Headwaters area. And so therefore we are leveraging that accumulated balance that has been built over many years.
I
That's
see.
why you see a higher spending than.
So in this case where you only spent 5,600, that's all you really needed. There's other money that you could have pulled in
So-
had you needed to spend more.
What I'd like to do is postpone the discussion of these three until we have complete information, and then at our next meeting and ask them to come back. Okay? Can we do that?
Can I
All right,
just
Representative
ask
Owen.
one governance question? Endowments generally have a different group in the background who gave the endowment and is monitoring it? Is that happening or?
In this case, the endowments were established by someone, a giver, and we are responsible for the treasury, the state treasury is responsible for the stewardship of the fund, of the fund itself. We are the recipients of the money generated by the fund and are able to use that. So what we depict is what we use, how much we spend, and how much we draw. But this does not contain a full picture of the endowments themselves.
And we can get that from the treasury.
We can get that from the treasury, yes. I
Right.
can provide that for you.
And you'll also know where the money came from in the first place?
Yes, we have the historical documents that are the write-ups that establish these endowments, yes.
Okay. All right, good. Let's go on to number 240 on page 26. Native plants.
Natural Heritage Fund, Patrick.
Yeah. So this falls under the Division of Forests and Lands. The Natural Heritage Bureau is responsible for documenting rare, threatened, or endangered species in the state. It's under the Native New Hampshire Native Plant Law. And the revenue funds that come into this account are largely, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're largely from the data check requests. Basically, every time someone contacts, it actually goes, through a partnership with the Department of Environmental Services. When someone's doing a project, either a development or a forestry project, they put a request in for a data check, which our staff manages the database. And it's if there's a hit, in other words, if there's a rare, threatened, or endangered plant or animal, and the animals are it's data that's kept by Fish and Game, but they send it to us. We manage the same data for them. If there is a hit, if there's a plant or an animal of concern, then a fee is charged actually, and there's recommendations on how the applicant should address the presence of that plant or animal. So we have a full-time staff person, a data check environmental reviewer that responds to these inquiries. And a portion of her salary is covered by these revenues.
And I'd like to just add that we're trying to modernize this whole process as much as possible so that we're not receiving paper money in the mail. And we're working with DES with some help from ARPA funds to improve our online transaction ability, which is also just good business for developers and folks that don't want to send a check in the mail. And so with that conversation with DES about how do we set ourselves up for the future, we are also talking about realigning the fees just to be more appropriate with the current market because they're very outdated.
Okay. Representative Walmy, you had a question?
Yes, the data checks on produce, because they're rare plants and you don't want people to go and trample on them or take them on. Sometimes there will be one little cluster of plants in a 3 diameter circle, mile diameter circle, and you're towards the edge of that circle. And so we then, speaking for conservation commissions, we then have to get the developer to go back and check it out and bring us how many plants there are next to that area. So I don't know, and even the long-eared bat, which we always get and which we have never seen, is on our show up when there's a data check. So I don't know if the rest of the state has that same thing, but it is a very wide circle, and so practically all developers are going to end up paying some kind of fee.
Yeah, so in every circumstance that I've witnessed, the staff is trying really hard to work with the developer to come up with a solution. And it's not, we don't have any legal authority. Our staff person doesn't have a badge. But in most cases, I think the conversations produce a good solution. Because we don't want to be unreasonable as a state. But it's also really good to have that awareness so that there are some decisions you could make to prevent a loss of a specific plant or animal. But we really use it as a conversation starter. So if you're having a bad experience, please let me know, because our whole customer service goals are to make sure that we're working in concert with a developer and not obstructionist.
My conservation commission is all in favor of more rigor than you're actually using, but it does make it longer and harder to, in some cases, particularly when you've never. We love you on barren strawberries.
So since this fund has essentially zero balance, you're spending whatever comes in. Is there a point in having this instead of just having an accounting unit in your agency?
Excuse me, yes. So yeah, this account accumulates, again, the data check fees that come in and the other fees. We have been experiencing maximizing every dollar going into that account. We do have a person employed. In fact, we've actually been, there is some portion of their cost is also subsidized by federal money that helps to pay for that as well. Whether or not there's any wisdom to exterminating this dedicated fund account and diverting to a more centralized Natural Heritage Bureau account, I think that would be something I'd want to discuss with Director Hackley and maybe understand a little bit better what the implication of something like that would be.
Yeah, think about that. And also, it looks as though, because you're not accumulating anything here, that your expenses are greater than the fee income, or these,
yes,
or these fine
we've
income.
we've kind of crossed the line where the costs have actually begun to exceed the collection, which is, again, I think why the commissioners mentioned there is going to be a need to raise fees, which are, again, are far outdated.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, there is
All right, so
help
you're
by the
working on
federal
that.
grants.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Representative Malmy?
Is there any data bank other than the state data bank that would provide the information at the level it needs to be provided by statute?
I'm not entirely sure that. I would defer that question to Director Hackley.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but what I do know is that we contract with a national, if not international, organization called NatureServe, and they have an extensive database that's managed, very rigorously, and we pay them a fee each year. We provide them with data, but they also kick back data to us. So there's a data sharing relationship. But they are, these are highly trained ecologists and botanists that are on the other end of the phone and on the other end of emails, speaking with our staff almost daily. So I feel pretty confident we probably have the most extensive connection to a database that we would want.
Okay. All right, our next one is historic sites. There are only two left. So number 290 starts at the bottom of page 28. So this one has modest revenue, but essentially very little in expenses.
So the historic sites is a bureau with under the Division of Parks and Recreation. This is like the Wentworth Coolidge Mansion, Nansen ski jump, Weeks State Park, Frost Farm, facilities like that that we manage. The intent for this was set up as to help isolate revenues that come in through those facilities to stay dedicated to reserved for specifically for historic sites, so that they don't kind of get all consumed within the greater park fund and utilized for other sources. So that was really the reason that it was established. And as you said, the revenues that come in are for tours and admissions through those facilities. And our operating budget for that is sort of separate to where these revenues are coming in.
So are you trying to build up because you're planning some kind of project, or? Because you've gone from 46 to 100 over the years here.
I think that might show a growing interest in visiting our state historic sites. This fund is never going to supply enough money to do all of the work necessary to replace, really fragile wallpaper. But I do think that there's an opportunity to double down on this fund and to figure out some better revenue generating opportunities within the historic sites themselves. As Brian said, it was established so that they don't get lost in the shuffle. When we are prioritizing, our resources, we're going to need life-saving resources, bathrooms, etc. And these would just drop to the bottom. So long story short is, we're always brainstorming and trying to figure out ways to grow support for these historic sites, because they're always going to need a little extra attention. And this is okay, but I think we have room to grow this account.
But if you have so many sites, there must be more maintenance money somewhere else, right? I mean, this is,
yeah.
you've only spent $2,000 over the last 3 years. That's
right.
not enough.
That's
right?
not enough. No, we get support through the state parks, through the Moose Plate. We're allowed to use some of that money to help with that. Brian, did you want to add?
And while there's a general fund appropriation, which is unique to the state parks, around $400,000 to support primarily the staff of the Historic Bureau. So we have two staff in Concord and in headquarters that facilitate and hire, train, and supervise the seasonal staff, who are the interpreters and guides and maintainers of these other resources.
Okay. So this is more for occasional special expenses or something, yeah.
So I'm guilty of creating this fund.
Mhm.
So back when the Bureau of Historic Sites was created, it was taken away from Parks, the Division of Parks, as a standalone under the Commissioner of Dread. And Bob Odell, Senator Odell, former Senator Odell, and myself recognized that there was no place to put any revenues generated from events or donations or gifts and that sort of thing. This was to, as it was mentioned earlier, was to stop commingling of those funds with the park fund. There was a general fund, as Brian just mentioned. There was a general fund appropriation set up when the Bureau was created. And again, under the Commissioner's office, and that did establish the administrative costs for the fund. Moose Plate appropriation is usually around $250,000. That goes directly to historic sites, as well as to maintain other historic resources within the park system. There's usually a capital request made in the capital budget process by historic sites, and that has been successful in the past for various projects. So there is funding outside of this, but as the Commissioner noted, we've always tried to look for other ways to help fund and support those sites, whether through it could be a rental of a facility, say at Week State Park, or some other program, lecture program or events and that sort of thing. So,
Yeah, I mean, I see the use of having little bits of spare money for, the refrigerator broke or something, that.
and that happens frequently. Yes, a heating system or something like that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Okay. All right. Other questions about 290? No. No, we're good. All right. Last one. 358. Page 31. Coastal resilience.
Charge of that one.
And zero activity.
Forest management.
Oh, no.
No,
Oh,
that's-
yeah, zero activity? I don't know. There's no chart.
Yeah, so this one was created only a few years ago. It has never actually incurred any.
Okay.
It was 2019.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All right. Repeal. We're happy.
And I can think of one senator is probably going to scream.
Oh. Well, it's inactive.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so it'll pass 23 to 1. Is that what you're saying? All right. Any other business before we adjourn?
So you'll let us know when you'd like us back to talk about Connecticut Lake.
Yeah. How about, I was going to suggest the first week in October. And obviously, it doesn't have to be everybody, right? So, is October 2nd, which is a Wednesday, is that a possibility?
Whatever works for you.
I think you probably need the clerk, and I
Okay.
don't
skip.
know.
What's that? You don't know.
It probably includes the clerk, and I don't know because yesterday I lost my paper updater or my schedule.
Your calendar.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to find it again.
So in general, do you prefer morning or afternoon?
There's
At-
capital project overview at 9 to 10 on October 2nd.
Okay. All right, so you could do 10 or no? 11? Well, it should be fairly short. We got 3 funds, and then we'll just kind of have a list of, we plan to do this, this, and this, and talk it over, kind of.
Yeah. Talking it over might take a little bit of time.
Yeah. 10:30?
10:30.
Whatever.
Wednesday,
Is that all right?
October
10:30, October 2nd?
Okay.
All right. Good, we got it. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.